Good morning and welcome to RISBA University Faculty of Architecture and Design Bachelor Student Thesis Defense Presentations. Today we are going to continue with Bachelor Part 2, or should I say Return of the Bachelor, so that in a more lighter mood we can continue with today. I also personally welcome our students, faculty supervisors, reviewers, parents that have endured and supported this effort. I also thank our distinguished jury to participate in this committee to evaluate the student works. Since this is part 2, I am also going to reintroduce the jury for those that were not participating yesterday. Our committee chair and former LUS chairwoman is Linda Leighton. Ola Wig, who is our honorary vice chair, and I am honored to say Harvard graduate and partner at NSW at Arkitektur Norway. Anders Kronberg's vice chair and principal of partner Archis. Gunther Grickmana, who will join us, she's a little bit late, she'll join us in about 15 minutes, senior architect at Sarme Norde. And Helvi Savitskis is our new committee member who has joined us this year. Architect and teacher, and spent several years at the Institute of Experimental Architecture in Vienna, and we are looking forward also to his very wonderful comments. And our secretary, Anna Zenne, who is our faculty administrative assistant, who will be coordinating and announcing each one of you individually before you present. The students have researched a really vast array of topics and locations and have proposed very creative solutions, and we are looking forward to see and evaluate their work. Today we have 10 students presenting, 10 before our break, 5 before our break, and then the other 5 after our lunch break. Just the protocol of the day, you will be announced to come forward. You will have 8 minutes to present, and students will receive a signal at 7 minutes to complete and round up what you are saying within 1 or 2 minutes from that point. Reviewer comments and questions shall be read by committee secretary. And then following, we have 15 minutes for the jury comments, which will also be given a signal to close so that we can stay on time. So, thank you for your attention. We will now proceed with the first presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Let's then begin with our first student presenter. Let's welcome Mostafa Al-Badawi to start presenting his work. And I want to mention that his review supervisor is Wissam Al-Koukash, Master in Architecture. Please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mostafa, and today's topic is commercial and residential area in Kaunas functioning as a linear center. We split the work into 2 parts, part A, which is research, and B, which is mostly design. As I talked, it's in Kaunas, so Kaunas is located in Lithuania, and that's how we see a whole map in Kaunas, of Kaunas city, and the site is on the top over there. My project tried to summarize how linear center and sustainable architecture can help in building and ensuring the commercial and residential area. And my research will try to show some regular patterns in the sustainable design of linear center and provide a framework, context, condition, and special characteristics. My project will be split into 2 main domains. Part A, public and private. Also, I will try to accomplish high orientation level for pedestrian and vehicles and design multifunctional buildings. And to achieve this, I will try to explore how commercial and residential area in Kaunas can function as a linear center that will lead us to have city inside the city and interplay between land use and transportations. According to researchers, I try to find requirements to fulfill the needs of the massive people in one area. also the educative development of sustainable cities, and how we are able to make nature cities or sustainable cities. The researchers were focused on sites which was built along the rivers, because the site itself is located like near the river, and commercial residential spaces, linear center, hybrid city planning, and the main idea is to make 15-minute city or to make city inside the city. As I talked, Kaunas is in Lithuania. It's the second big capital of, it was like the old capital of the city, of the country. Here we can see the site. It's located near the river. It's called the Nereus River. As well, like beside the site, there's two main streets. Which one is this one called Yanavos Street, and this one is Shaura Street. And the site is located almost near the highway, a couple of 100 meters, which connecting Kaunas highway to Vilnius highway, which is the capital. Here we can see some the topography of the site, and here we can see the levels of the ground, and here some photo fixations, like like from different eyes in the site. In this map, I'm showing the most visible points of the site, which you can see it mostly like from the street, and the points like where we need to focus inside the site. This map showing the connection. Here showing the connection, but we can see the map without connection, without building the bridge. So after we're building the bridge, we can see the huge, the massive, how like the people are crossing to the site, and we can see more people will be coming in into the site, so that will improve the commercial residential area in our site. Here it's showing the site regulations according to Kaunas municipality, which is the density is 50%, intensity is maximum 2 meters, I think, and the whole the land area is 6,900 meters. That's street sections for both streets, which are exactly near the site. This one for Yanavosgat and Yanavos Street, and that one is for Shaura Street. In this plan, I was focused mostly for the commercial building, which is our design. As well, I was focused on the huge amount of the greenery, which is located along the riverside. Here we have the recreational building, which like a food court, like you can spend time there. And here we have the plaza where they can sit, spend time. And we cannot forget definitely the bridge, which connecting the two city sites. Here, it was the first 3D view. It was just the beginning. Here we have the design for the bridge, which connecting the two city sites. So the length of the bridge is 210 meters, and it has two huge foundations. This bridge can be used only for pedestrian and cycles. We have 20 meters height from both edges, and 36 meters in the middle, which can support any boats activities. By moving here, we can see the truss, the structure design, and here, which is represented by the architectural design, and where it will be located on the site. Here we can see the underground floor. By the way, the building itself, it has 7 floors. We have here the first one, which is the underground floor. It can fit about 150 cars. We have utility rooms, which is here, there, and in the corners, 3. We have 5 elevators, staircases, 3 staircases, and we cannot forget about the air pressure rooms. That's the first floor. That's the first floor plan. We can see the building at the beginning. It's split into 2 parts. This one represented the mall, let's say, and this one it's mostly like I designed as offices here. So it can be here like a little bit private and public at the same time. There in the mall can fit like at the beginning like maximum, I don't know, like market or anything, so it can be there on the mall at the first floor. Here we can see the many shops with many different areas, starting from 100 meters to 500 meters, and as well here we have the offices. Here in this place we have a little bit activity, which is there is designed as a theater or a cinema. Here we have like a place where people can sit, spend time. Here we have like mostly all the restaurants, they are fit in one place. You don't need to go and search for like different restaurants. And here we have as well the offices buildings. From 5th to 7th floor, we have mostly offices, so you can modify it. Like we have like a huge areas here, but you can do it as how needed. By moving to facades, here we have like the maximum height of the building is 29 meters. It was used wood, aluminium, glass, and concrete. Here we have the section, and here the 3D views. This view is from the street, from Yanavos Street. You can see here this view is from the bridge was taken, and here we can see the recreational building there. Here like the plaza where people can sit, spend time. As well here we have like little bit fountains like this is the master plan. The conclusion of my project is emphasized in this master plan, where we can see a beautiful mix of commercial, residential, and educational buildings that will lead to our new city growth. Moreover, our central hub on the plaza are directly connected with the bridge that will add a good value to the cultural and natural heritage to the city. Also, we can see in the big number of the green spaces which located beside, mostly near the river side, that will enhance the soil and prevent the erosion and flooding. In the other hand, the shopping mall and the hotel heights are 29 meters, while other buildings stay lower to keep comfortable human city scale. Overall, the plan was focused on easy access and balance between nature and urban spaces. That's all.
Thank you. Now I'll proceed your reviewer's Efe Duyan's evaluation. He has evaluated your work positively, and the positive qualities of your A part. Well-researched topic about linear cities and riverfronts with historical and contemporary case studies. Site analysis is particularly strong. The imperfections. The texts lack necessary paraphrasing and in-text citations. And the positive qualities about B part. urban design approach in the neighborhood scale with social concerns, structural qualities of the building, mature aesthetic aspects, attention to landscape design. And imperfections are this minor criticism, the linear city approach, comprehensively discussed in the part A, could have been emphasized more. The bridge design could have been improved. So there is one question from your reviewer. You discussed the advantages and disadvantages of linear urban development. Can you explain how linearity might affect the social bonds of the inhabitants and the public daily life?
As we all know, our first social bonds start with the closest people to us, like our neighborhood, schoolmates, teachers, because we are meeting these people every day in daily life. So if we enhance the accessibility in our site and we make a good connection with a good public space like a park or a plaza, then it's mean we are forcing people to meet and create a good bonds. Also, if we create vibrant public spaces and mixed-use building that will support indoor and outdoor activities, it also apply again and creating social bonds. In conclusion, we can say that that planned linear center enhance social life, while poor planning may lead to isolate, and reduce social engagement.
Yeah, thank you. Let's now proceed with the comment.
Yeah, thank you for your project. I do like the scale of such a deep analysis and such a great, thing that you have proceeded. But still, I'm just wondering. This is your master plan. This is your proposal for how the buildings will look like.
I didn't hear you.
The master plan layout
Yeah.
is your proposal, right? I have one question regarding the bridge, pedestrian bridge. Well, if I look at this bank where there's a lot of buildings, and I can imagine that there will be a lot of users. What happens on the opposite side of the river?
On the opposite, it will be designed as well. It must be designed, you know. It must be designed. Yeah, but in the other side, there is no. There's only mostly residential buildings there, you know. So the nearest mall, which can be up to 4 kilometers from there. I lived in Kaunas 8 years, so that's why I know the city very well. Yeah, but it must be designed. By the way, I made this maybe on my baccalaureate. I worked only in this spot, but I'm thinking on the master to make all the site designed, because I'm going for master. So that's why I made such a design.
Yeah. Therefore, also my question regarding the bridge, which is on the widest river front.
Yeah.
Usually, such kind of bridges, as far as I remember, are on. Yeah, it's maybe too wide for such a bridge. But I do like how you made landscaping regarding on the opposite side. Yeah. Probably should be extended also and made as a promenade. Probably you have some kind of ideas how the waterfront will be used.
You mean on that side?
On both sides.
In this side, I think it should be fine till now, you know. Yeah, but on the other side, yeah, you're right. Should be get at least I don't know, to be honest, from there, but mostly there is right now I think buildings. Maybe there's as well there's I think private houses there, you know. So you need there should be a solution for that. Where we can start the bridge and like that, you know.
And the last question about master plan. Well, we see only the hotel and the mall, which is 7 floors. Can you describe what typology or what kind of buildings you're using and imagining on the next phases? Those housing things. Yes.
Sorry.
Residential buildings and commercial buildings, how you imagine this whole city block could work out?
I already mentioned we have, let's say, 15-minute city and the linear center, which is straight, you know. So I'm sorry, like if you're gonna live here, you don't have to go out, you know. So I don't know, like maybe I understood your question right or not. So.
Yeah, it's fine.
I didn't hear you very well, by the way. So, like we have like here 15-minute city. So if I'm living here, I have like my school here, shopping mall here, maybe like as well a hospital. So that's how people they're gonna live, you know, in one area. And also we have the point of attraction here in this place where people are, you know, crossing the site and to the plaza. Here they can come and walk like near the riverside, spend time there. So that was the idea, the main idea, to be attractive for more people to visit the site.
The last question regarding 15-minute city concept. You find it really attractive that people live in a community, a gated community, because those ideas are what you're describing. You don't leave the place, you just stay there. Is it fine for urban planning, for people, for human scale and etc.? Your attitude towards such kind of concept?
Well, I think like, you know, in the daily life, yeah, but in the weekends you can, I don't know, like.
Open the gates and let everyone free.
Yeah, exactly. So
Exactly.
Yeah, in the
Thank you.
weekends.
Thank you for your research. I found fantastic these maps with the agents walking around the city, the blue maps you showed on the slides. I think those agent research was something interesting, but I do not see kind of the flows of the agents really being projected on your new layout master plan. But generally, the research, how you understand the city and how you select the site, I think everything sits and fits there. Nevertheless, last summer when I was in Kaunas, there was this fantastic ship ride around the river, right? That's a touristic attraction, right? You can have this small cruise ship. Would you have a parking spot for like a small port for the ship to stop there and bring?
In the, as I remember, in the other side of the building, there is, on the other side of the city, there is a place where rental place where you can use a boat and as well. If we go to no, we need to go to Kaunas. Here. That's the city center of the. So in the old town, from Alexandros, from this side as well, you can rent a boat. You know, so there's many places in Kaunas where you can, because it's split into two parts. So I know there is a places, but. For designing, you mean about from our side, so we can design that. It can be like as well an activity which can be like the site itself can be a touristy place for all the neighborhood, you know.
Yeah. Do you have some of your favorite supermarket ever? Which one was the best supermarket you ever entered? Do you recall?
Supermarket.
Yeah. A mall. A mall. I'm sorry.
A mall. Well, I like Acropolis in Kaunas. I like it so much.
It's massive, right?
But yeah, I like it. You know, the underground
Yeah.
parking, which is near, not underground, the ground part. It has 5 floors.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it so much. Yeah.
What else is nice there?
The nice when you cross from you cross the ground, like it's not a ground, it's 5 floors. There's a building, and near the building there's 5 floors of parking, so you can cross under the parking. Yeah, I like that.
But
As
there,
well, it's a huge there is, you can feel there is a small city inside the mall. Yeah, so I like it so much.
there's a very fascinating history also of
Yeah.
supermarkets, how they got developed in Paris through the arcs and so on, and passages. And yeah, I think it would be interesting if you also look at how supermarkets were created.
Well, yeah.
Then you would understand a bit why the 15 minutes are really there. It's embodied deep in American generated supermarkets. But yeah, thank you for your project.
Well, since he was asking about supermarkets and malls, can I question that?
Yeah.
Do we really want supermarkets and malls? I know that our job now is to assess the quality of your design and not to question the brief, but if I may just question it a little bit. The reason I'm asking, I think you've done a very good job. I think you produced a lot of drawings, very convincing. You have even produced, as you have named, the structural design, architectural design. I mean, you filled it all in. It's very impressive, I think. But I'm just wondering, but your theme, in fact, is commercial and residential areas in these Kaunas functioning as a linear center. Okay, you're talking about residential and commercial. What I see is mainly commercial, and you have separated that from the residential part. So my question is, were you tempted to, say, build some housing on top of the commercial buildings to make it more like a multifunctional part and not just a monofunctional? You separate it out, because before, in planning, people used to have housing areas and office areas, but now people talk about multifunctional areas, which actually are active every day, day and night. Were you tempted to put housing on top, or would you separate it out?
Mostly, if we're moving to the site plan, the master plan, mostly here I was thinking to design the residential building. Yeah, but as well I have here the hotel. So I was thinking the hotel here, shopping mall here, place where people they can sit, spend time here, residential buildings here, maybe cultural buildings there. So that's what I was thinking. I didn't think about to put on the top of.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
the reason
as
for
well, as well, we cannot forget about the city municipality. I forgot the name. Yeah, the regulations. 21. We have 29 meters maximum in the site.
Yeah, well, I understand it, but I'm just. You explained that your favorite mall was 5 stories of car parking. Now, how about 5 stories of housing? How about integrating? Would you not, since you made such a point of that is functioning as commercial and residential areas, but you still feel they should be completely separate. You were not tempted to build. You mentioned a hotel on top of that. But how about getting a housing there so you can actually make it active all the time? Did you consider that, or was that not part of the brief?
I didn't consider that,
No,
to be honest. No,
no.
I didn't. Yeah.
Well, I think you've done a good job. I think you've been through a lot and a lot of drawings. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your job. It's really very well done, good done job. very realistic, and it's almost ready for, let's say, developing. And
I was thinking.
idea is very clear. But I just want to ask you one stupid question. Can you say in one word what would you try to implement as an innovative difference? What is innovation in this your proposal? This is very professional done, but what you find as a one new thing in your proposal?
What I could say, such a site near the highway, which is totally empty. You know, we cannot leave it like that. It's like a empty site which non-used. So I don't know how to say it, but yeah, you cannot leave such a site which is near the highway while people, which is like a crossing by the highway by the car, so they can see the site. They can, it's just a turn from here, 300 meters, and they will be in the site. So that's what I was thinking about, the idea, what we can. That we cannot leave such a site which is near the highway, just empty and nobody's using that that huge land. So that's what I was thinking. The new thing which we can do it in there.
It means that you try to use a land which was not used before.
Exactly. Yeah.
And that is your new innovation.
Yeah. Exactly.
And that how it reflects to this, how the decision reflects to this situation about noise, about dust, about what you're talking about, highway. You have any architectural or spatial idea how to protect? How to protect this area from this highway influence?
We have many trees which for the noise, for example. As well to absorb the toxic things, the gas or anything. Yeah, as well the green area. That's the public spaces, which represented by trees, by plants. That's what I was thinking, to protect the area. Yeah, that's the best thing. It's also natural. So.
Or special buildings with a one-side orientation or something like that, or not? Not yet. It's not in your.
Not. I didn't think about that because I was mostly focused on there.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Good job.
Thank you from my side also. Very complete and detailed and very evenly detailed job, really in both scales, in a city scale and also the smaller scale. So thank you very much. Actually, I do not have any questions. Maybe I can just give some comments. Exactly thinking what you said, you are going to develop this further. So my advice, sorry, to take everything what was said previously. Sorry. It's necessary. I see it's necessary to develop more the pedestrian or the men's scale of this area, and to watch closely to how people are moving around, what they are doing in this area, and how this area is connected with the city center and other areas. It also relies to the upper end of the bridge, but also how from here you are going, for example, I don't know, by bikes or which are roads to go to the city center by bike, not only by car, because now it's a very car-centric area. And the second, my advice would be to work more about building topology, and this is really a good place to
make some new types of buildings which are both usable for today and also reusable somehow in the future, because we know even in commercial, thinking about commercial and business, everything changes very quickly. One day you are needed in offices, the second there will be apartments needed. So think about typology, what allows quickly change the building's structure, or not structure, but what is inside. So just advice. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Mustafa. Yeah, just to summarize, I agree with previous comments, and just one thing I think the drawings are really good, but for a project like this, I think it would be appropriate that your site of focus, that those buildings would be at a bigger scale and then a smaller scale, a smaller scale model along the river, so that we can actually see in the model this edge condition. Because I think this edge condition would be very nice, and it should be, you can really celebrate that through the model. So if we could see the trees, the forest, the park system between the actual river itself. And the other question, I think comment is, I think the bridge is too, a 36-meter high bridge for pedestrians, and that's huge, you know, and so I would really think about, there are other ways of doing that. Perhaps the bridge is much lower, but then there's a section of it that lifts up, you know, for boats going through. And then if you do, in fact, continue working on this project at the master's level, I would consider actually designing and showing the interface on the other side of the river. These other recommendations about some mixed use, and also actually, since it can be like a point of destination, and so that it's not an isolated 15-minute sort of concept, it also connects to other parts of the city through the boating system, right? So the boats that go up and down the river, they would actually have a dock, special dock here, and related activities, so that it connects people on bikes, on boats, on foot, and connecting both sides of the river, as you showed in your diagram, what happens when you add a bridge, right?
Yeah.
All of a sudden the flow, right? So the other side merits being designed to actually work off of those previous conclusions. So thank you.
Thank you. Let's move forward with the next presenter, Tomas Bakevits. I would like to also ask the students, when they're answering their questions, to answer in the microphone, because someone who is listening online, I have the messages that they don't hear what the students are replying. So please use the microphone. Let's proceed with Thomas Bakevitz, and I will mention that his scientific supervisors are Jonas Büchel and Jonas Nordgren.
Yeah, it's loading. It's loading. So hello, good morning. My name is Thomas Bakevitz, and I'm going to present today my bachelor thesis. My A part is reconstructing the past, building for the future, architectural strategies for the multifunctional ice pavilion. And the B part is revitalizing measure parks from legacy to landmark ice pavilion design. In my A part, I'm researching more about the architectural qualities that I'm aiming for. Some of them are in the Oslo Opera House. Some of them are in one of the most modern facilities in northern of America, in Canada, which is one of the newest ice skating facilities there. And the third one is the Museum of Forest Finn Culture in Norway. So my site is located in Measure Parks. It's one of the greenest places in Riga. And this place serves it's the last place in Measure Parks which hasn't been redesigned or made something there for the last 30 years. For the last 30 years, this plot is just standing there still and rotting. It has the Soviet army in the 1950s placed their soldiers there, and they made some very interesting structures there. And this place also served as an ice rink in the Soviet period here in Latvia, and also as a hippodrome. And the society has even asked, when will these dreadful buildings be demolished? When will the park gain a new beautiful form rooted in historical traditions and aligned with the modern requirements? They're literally rotten and serve no purpose. And they don't have any historical and architectural heritage. So, as a former professional athlete, I can say that these are the Latvian legends in the speed skating. Today, there is none, basically. On the left side, you can see Alfons Berziņš. He's the first world champion in Latvia in the speed skating almost 80 years ago. And on the right side is the Haralds Silovs, one of the only and the best former Latvian speed skater. And he's the only athlete who has competed in one day in both short track speed skating and in the long track speed skating. Those are completely different sports that I'm gonna tell about a little bit later. So my idea for the whole project is to submerge the ice world. And what I wrote about this is an echo of ice suspended between memory and form, where the world beneath becomes a frozen realm of motion and life. And how everything went further is I went to the site, I saw this empty plot without a purpose and ready for a rebirth. I made the form follow the site. I created a space and letting the forest use in. I submerged the structure and I let the landscape be. I created the strategic openings in inviting the light, blending with the landscape. and I let the light filter through the crafted openings in the roof. This is the site plan for the whole project, and one of the main ideas is that I'm letting the people walk and drive here, and the driving limit for the road, which is now made, is 20 kilometers per hour, and the cars can go under the building. And I try to create this very safe environment for the people to walk here, divided the driving road and the walking path. And this is the -1 floor, where you can see where we open, where we go inside in the building with a car, and then we go, so basically this is the underground floor, where we can see the sauna, gym for the athletes and other people who wants to come here, dressing rooms in the middle, and you can access the middle part through the stairs which go underground. So basically you can see these green circles, and so the big circle around is 400 meters long, and it's meant for the speed skating, long track. We had this sport many years ago in Latvia. At the moment it's in crisis. We don't have a place to train, everybody is leaving Latvia. Here you can see the short track skating rink. It's a separate ring from the ice hockey. As you can see, this is the ice hockey. And short track speed skaters, they need a separate ring, separate from the hockey and figure skaters. And that is very crucial because we need the safety around the ice, which is really hard to do on the hockey, especially made for the hockey ice. Here you can see the section and the elevation, how high the building will be and how low it goes. So basically it goes 6 meters underground, and it goes 16 meters high. These are the sections from the side, and you can see the windows, those crafted openings where the light filters through. The most important materials in my project is the green roof, concrete for the whole underground structure, glass which goes 360 degrees around the whole building, and glued laminated timber which holds this whole roof and this whole structure together. This is the interior space. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. I'll read your reviewers Ilze's Paklones evaluation, and she has evaluated your work positively, and this is a sum of A and B parts evaluation. So the positive qualities: the author has managed to set out deeply contextual yet innovation-led theoretical and practical parts through the thesis. The disadvantages and imperfections stated: the author could have chosen wider spectrum of sources related to the themes of the environmentally sensible design and cultural planning. The sensibility of design could have been more detailed and explained. And the questions are: please explain more detail how the program as well as the design principles were carried out in relation to the special features of the area and site. What are the special features of the proposed design?
So thank you for the question. So One of the special features are here improved mobility, much safer for people to visit here the site, and it's also honoring the legacy and creating a new community and minimizing its visual footprint by submerging the structure and making the roof blend into the landscape. And to the program related, it's International Skating Union and International Ice Hockey Federation ICE standards, which is something completely new to us. Exhibition spaces for various events, creating the roof to specially let the daylight in and creating a 360-degree view to the natural surroundings.
Yeah, and I'll read the second question as you also have it on the screen. Please explain the intended impact of the project as a role model for environmentally and culturally upon the urban culture in Riga and perhaps even in the Baltics.
Thank you. So, for the environmental part, it's using the GLT, which is the glued laminated structure, and sedum roof to reduce its environmental impact and carbon footprint. For the cultural aspect is to reconnect the community and also creating a new community for the skaters at any age. Creating one of its kind of ice rink in the Baltic states or even beyond that, which celebrates the speed skating and the architecture. And the pavilion will be a community-centric space preserving its cultural identity while promoting the sustainability. Thank you.
Thomas, thank you for your project. Probably my comments would be and questions towards you, more maybe philosophical, since we're seeing another project which is evoking some kind of lost activities, some kind of lost functions, which is I don't know why extinct. I'm trying to formulate it more clearly for you and also for me. We saw yesterday the rebirth of Liepāja Manēža. So we've lost a lot of facilities regarding sports, regarding different activities. How is your attitude towards this kind of rebirth, which is one of the themes lately?
My attitude,
Yeah.
I think it's really crucial and really important to remember the history and preserve what is important and what is not important, to let it go. For example, here on the site, there is this history for the old buildings which are rotten, and they don't give us anything good because the value that they had created are long gone and on the other side of the border, and we don't need that here. And we need something new, which is, and I think like we lack so many things here in Latvia, and this is one of it, because like the skaters, the new skaters who are trying to become something, they don't have the chance to do it here. They are leaving Latvia, they're going to Germany, to USA, to other countries to train. If I answered the question, that's...
Yeah, in a way. Well, definitely there should be some kind of community, some kind of magic behind such kind of facility, because it takes a lot of effort just not to design but also to maintain. And probably if I extend the question from the reviewer, we have a lot of new spaces for ice skating, especially for hockey. We have that in Riga, we have Daugava Sport Hall, etc. How does it work together with those facilities?
Thank you for the question. The truth is, we are lacking also the hockey sport facilities. Those who, okay, those facilities who are controlled by the municipality of Riga are in really interesting place at the moment because they're lacking really like a lot of administrative parts. But those who are controlled by the private owners, they are doing really great, and it's one of the biggest problems for the sport is that this facility would create additional space for also for the hockey players to train because in this area we don't have anything near that, because the closest hockey place for the young children to train is the Daugavas stadium, which is far away from the measure parks, I could say that. And
Okay, thank you. I do think that you have explored this theme in depth, and also the project itself is submerging in Measure Park's harmony. So yeah, thank you for that.
thank you.
Thank you a lot for your project. I appreciate a lot what you're doing with your expertise in the sport and the proposed pavilion. There's definitely qualities of design that you have mastered and cleaned out, and congratulations with your project. Truly. Please be careful and don't be ageist towards old buildings, okay? Really, the building that have been standing, the old horse stables, there is no need to take it down. No need. It could have been, there's a lot of area there, and there have been ice skating rink. Whole childhood I was ice skating there. I was living in Selkandauga. My mom was bringing there to these old stables. There was a tradition of ice skating, so you're absolutely on the point. You're there. I think the ice skating rink really fits there. I also believe that we should have one like that. Then I had multitude of comments. Yeah. Give me a second, need to go back. One of my reference projects that I was thinking a lot when I was seeing your section was Kenzo Tange Tokyo Olympic game proposal in 1984, the built one, right? Do you know the two forms, the dynamic moment that happens in a roof? It's a swimming
Yes.
athletics pavilion in Tokyo.
Swimming, yes.
It's very famous, you know,
Yes.
that one. So question on the roof. It's green, can you walk on it?
No, not in this case. No.
Nevertheless, I think this form as to have the dune as a small reference, Measure Parks has this dune landscape there, right, Andris? Something like that. Dunes, the dunes, artificial dunes, and there have been new dunes created in order to block the traffic, in order to go in there. So I think this large volume in the middle of the forest, there's nearby Blodinkalns, deeper inside, right, in Measure Parks. So that's also a nice tradition that you have fitted on the point. And I think you have touched many pinholes, like precisely like a sniper. So there's lots of qualities in it. My question would be, what else other sports could be using it? Would there be a possibility to turn this whole stadium into a bicycle manege? In Latvia, we also had back in the 1920s, 30s. Could you transfer this? Could you?
That's a perfect question because one of the coaches were the national team coaches in the bicycle cycling. I don't remember the name in English, but
Say in Latvian.
Track, I think.
Track, yeah.
Track. Yeah, Māris Birzulis. Yeah, and this space can be also made for this because all of these facilities that you see in the middle, they are easy to form to some different use. So we can not use the ice part. We like every single year the ice needs to be melted. So and in the September the new ice is formed again, and during those months it's a really big possibility to use the building in so many different forms and ways. For example, you can do also rollerblading inside, because that's also a very popular sport here in Latvia, and we also need a place for the rollerblading, for the speed rollerblading.
And they're practicing also in measure parks.
They're also practicing in measure parks, yes, but it's very dangerous.
Ice skating also dangerous.
But you know, it's dangerous.
this one.
It's dangerous for yourself. But when you're rollerblading in the measure parks where the moms are walking around with their little
Yes.
newborns,
Yes.
it's really dangerous. So that would solve some issues.
Sorry, I'm just really big fan of sports and architecture. And
Thank you.
another question of how. What is the reason why you embodied it and made it slightly underground, the whole manege?
Because the whole building, it needs so much space here inside. It, as you can see in the renders here, the space here, it needs the space for the sport to happen. And if I would have made the building higher on the ground, that would somehow, I think, create this not so pleasant feeling in measure parks, because I wanted to keep it simple and do not destroy the feeling of measure parks, because it's a very holy place for the.
Sorry, one last small comment on the ecological aspects. I was also thinking, why did you embody the building? Of course, the energy. Where do you get the energy in order to cool down the building constantly to some minus temperature close to zero? Could you use some ground heat exchange units?
Yes. So I will go back in the presentation.
Sorry, that's it.
Here on the yellow part, there are stands where the people are sitting there, and this is basically the plan view -1, where you can see on the yellow part where the heat exchanging all the units will be, and it's under the ground. So I also thought about that because it's very important for this kind of structure.
I think, based on the remarks you got so far, you realize that you seem to have covered everything. I think you've done a very good job. And just looking at your board, graphically it's very pleasing, and that reflects the quality of your design too. I'm not talking about graphics as a separate issue, but even that you have handled very well. I think it's an interesting topic you've chosen, because I understand the Mesa Park, I must admit I don't know it well, but I know it's got different facilities, a large park, and I think it'll be a fantastic asset, in relation to what is already there. And I share your view about ice skating. Being Norwegian, when I grew up, ice skating was more important than skiing, and now it's hardly covered by the media. And you know the reason why? It's because the Dutch became so clever ice skating. They took over completely. So, but now, luckily, now in Norway, some new ice skates are emerging, and hopefully bring it back. And what you're doing here will also encourage people in Latvia to do it. So I think that is a fantastic asset. I think this is also a very interesting project called IFA Transformation Project. It's quite unusual. I mean, to carry, to convert, say, a factory into housing is quite normal. But to do this is wonderful. I also think the way you have submerged it, it became more subtle, the way you put a sedum cover on it. You seem to have just chosen the right solutions all the way. So I'm quite impressed. And also, you say we're creating a new facility for the community. But one question I have, I'm full of positive comments, as you realize. But one comment is, which I think is quite a relevant question, which was raised about the multi-use of the facility. Although you and I seem to be supporter of ice skating, speed skating, it would be probably in different seasons possible to do different for different uses. It was mentioned also bicycling, maybe. The greatest challenge there is it takes time to melt the ice, to bring up the ice again. So you have to allow for a certain period to let it happen. But I think that is a very relevant question, whether it could be more than ice skating. So that it also lends itself to that. You also covered energy part. You seem to have been through the whole lot. So I'm very impressed. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your job. Just one question. Why are you talking only about man? You didn't remember Lasma Kaunis?
Of course. The Alphonse is the coach to Lasma.
Okay.
And Lasma is a coach to Harold Silos. She is the one of the best athletes in Latvia. But here for the presentation, I made these two strong guys yeah, of course. Lasma Kauniste is very mentioned in the A part as
Okay.
well.
Thank you very much. And the second one, just one small thing. I suppose you have a consultation with structural engineer about the beams heights, because it looks very small for me in the first minute. Height of the beams.
Deeper beams.
Yeah, these are very big span, and you will consult in the next step about that,
Of course.
please. Thank you.
That is the plan, yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very, very great approach, and actually very historically deep approach to put back the ice skating ring in a place where it used to be for 100 years. And because of that, I am a bit, I agree with what Elvis said about the throwing down the existing building, which was used also by Lasma Kauniste, since I know that she was trained there exactly in Measure Parks for long years, since my mom trained with her together. I know that. So yeah, that's also a way to think about history and new buildings, because the new is perfect in this place and as an architecture and also as a function. And my only question is only about one function which I see is a bit missing for me. You are speaking about the new community which would be then built here in this place. Community needs some common space, not only on the skating rink, but also somewhere, I don't know, cafes, lobbies, and such things. In this case, you are putting cars in the very front of the building. Actually, well, they are down under the ground, which is perfect solution for particular place, perfect. But what about some first floor using from the ground floor, earth level, to have some possibilities for common spaces, for interaction between, I don't know, inhabitants of Measure Parks and skaters and those multiple communities being there already, or just passers-by, or those moms with kids which are just using measure parks for walks. Just I guess you can think about more about these social spaces for social interaction, but that's, if you can answer, fine. If not, just think about it in next steps.
Yes.
But very good job. Thank you.
Thank you. I can answer to that. I didn't mention it in the presentation, but there are two separate buildings that I created in the here. It's on the left side here, on the right side here, and one of the buildings here on the left are made for the cafeteria space. On the other part is like a community space where people can do various things there, and also it could serve as the rental for the whole Mežebergs area, where you can rent some ice skates and you can rent some rollerblades.
I was asking more about possibility to be there and seeing that. I mean, you are staying somewhere in a first floor level, just coming into from the street, and you are seeing how someone is training downstairs, and you are like into this process, not just coming somewhere, because that pavilion can stay there and can stay 1 kilometer further. But I mean, in particular building, which is that heart of that complex. So, but really good architecture. And
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I will need to think about that.
Due to lack of time, I'll just quickly summarize. Thank you and congratulate you. I think the excellent project, the visuals, the model, and I think it's very, very important, and I think it was a great decision that you stuck with Mežeparks, that you didn't go to Sigulda, because I know at one point you were trying to decide, is this appropriate? But by submerging the building and lowering the scale, it was a really smart decision. And also the historical connection makes total sense in that. I like also how you introduced the project, the metaphor that you used, and it was a great way to get our attention and to understand this project and the reason why you have located it here. I had the same comment regarding the structural part, but that would be in the next stage. I believe those, if they glue laminated beams, they'll be anywhere from probably 1.5 meters, even more, on the sides, receding to maybe even 1 meter in the middle. And so you have to really, that next stage, then you would have to really consult. But conceptually, it's very clear, and you have thought out, and even in your drawings, you understand what is the skin of the roof, what is the structure, and you clearly show that. So congratulate you, and thank you for a very good project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dennis. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next presenter, I'll ask to Alice Birkmane to come up.
Oh, yeah. Excellent. Ja, to bitte. Sind Sie weit? Wenn ich nicht da, kannst du mir das mal sagen? Nee. Jetzt stellst du nur, wenn du sagst, du willst sehen. Kannst du? Okay, what do you mean? Guys, das ist what I did. Das ist nicht der Rückentopf, das ist nicht Ladetorte, so. Du kannst sagen, in Otaris, was ist alles? Die hat so nicht schon gesehen, weil ich nur diese Fotografie. Das ist sagt, das war gar nicht da.
Okay, let's start with Alice Birkmane. And to mention her scientific supervisors, Ilze Paklon, a doctor in architecture, and Māris Bārdiņš, bachelor in architecture. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Alice Birkmane, and today I will present my bachelor thesis, Biophilic Design for Mental Health and Recovery in Refugee Camps. So this research explores how architectural strategies can enhance mental well-being, resilience, and dignity in refugee camps by integrating human-centered and biophilic design principles. As of 2024, over 117 million people were forcibly displaced. Refugee camps are built to meet immediate survival needs, shelter, food, and sanitation, but they often fail to address residents' psychological and social well-being. Overcrowding, lack of privacy, and disconnection from local communities leave people feeling trapped rather than supported. This thesis seeks to challenge this by proposing a refugee camp that fosters healing, dignity, and social integration. While previous research highlights the importance of trauma recovery, biophilic design, and human-centered environments, these concepts are rarely applied to refugee camps. Existing solutions are temporary but not adaptable, efficient but not healing, and this project fills the gap by integrating these principles into practical, flexible refugee camp solutions. Looking at case studies like Zatari, Domez, and Moria refugee camps, they reveal a long-term consequences of poor planning. Some camps, like Zatari, adapted into semi-permanent cities and is a good example. Others, like Moria, collapsed under inhuman conditions. The goal of my studies was to create a flexible refugee camp model that adapts to different cultural, environmental, and community needs. The project is designed with long-term integration in mind, moving beyond emergency shelter into spaces that can evolve into functional communities. The project is located in the island of Lesbos in Greece. Greece particularly was chosen due to its role as a gateway for refugees, particularly coming from Syria and Afghanistan. The initial thought was to place the new camp in the old Moria's camp's place, but after interview with an architect who has worked in this field for a long time, it was mentioned that location is the most critical factor. Camps placed too far from cities become isolated, while those near urban areas can benefit from infrastructure, employment, and long-term integration. That's why the new refugee camp is located more closely to the city of Moria. The concept is inspired by the central fire principle from nomadic settlements, where gathering spaces form the heart of the community. In this design, the community replaces the fire with public spaces at the center and living spaces arranged around them. The camp is structured across 4 scales: unit, neighborhood, village, and a temporary city. The unit scale provides adaptable living spaces made from shipping containers. A catalog of unit types allows flexibility, whether they are meant for individuals or families. Transformable furniture, hidden storage, and solar panels improve the functionality and sustainability of each of them. At the neighborhood scale, 3 different layouts are designed to support different ways of living. Firstly, the community courtyards, designed for those who enjoy an active and social environment, with a large courtyard in the center of this layout that fosters communities' interaction through gathering and shared activities. Each of the neighborhoods also include garden beds that can be movable, and they allow residents to grow plants, creating a personal connection to their space. And open terraces surrounding the courtyard offers the semi-private areas to relax and socialize. Secondly, we have a quiet courtyard. These are created for those who prefer smaller, localized interactions. Instead of one large courtyard, this one provides 3 smaller spaces that provide privacy while still encouraging them to community engagement. Open terrace serves as a peaceful space for reflection or casual socializing. And lastly, dynamic courtyard, a balanced space that combines both of the previous principles into one. A central terrace with the larger staircases on each side act as informal seating, inviting residents to relax, engage with neighbors, or simply enjoy the open environment. The next scale, the village, forms 6 neighborhoods into hexagonal layout around central public space. The village is designed in 2 variations, primarily the residential, designed for the living units, and secondly, the public function village. Includes spaces like community centers, libraries, hospitals, schools, spiritual places, and administrative offices. However, detailed plans for these public buildings will come into the next stages of the project, allowing future residents to participate in the shaping the space according to their needs. At the center of each village is located the public space. It includes different types of parks, sports fields, and playgrounds. And lastly, but not least, is the temporary city scale. At this scale, the multiple villages come together to form a temporary urban system. The private living villages form the outer shell, creating a buffer while maintaining privacy. The public functions are centralized in the middle and ensure accessibility and efficiency. This thesis seeks to redefine the character of refugee camps, creating spaces where the patterns of life fosters healing, dignity, and hope. As a scalable and adaptable model, it offers a transformative approach for refugee shelters worldwide, fostering resilience, empowerment, and displaced populations. Because it's not just about buildings, but also about rebuilding lives. So thank you.
Thank you, Alice. Now forward with your reviewers, Jonas Buchel's review. He has evaluated your work positively and the positive qualities of your A part. The thesis is of outstanding quality with an excellent scientific management and very well designed research questions and most of all perfectly arranged recommendations. I strongly suggest Alisek Brickmanek continues working with the field of humanitarian architecture. Disadvantages and imperfections of A part, there is no disadvantages. Jonas could find. So the positive qualities of B part. The author has excellently considered the part A research and aimed to implement a community coherent approach that, on the other hand, well serves the functionality of a self-governed refugee camp, as well as on the other hand, promotes the resilience of the refugees, a participatory togetherness of all stakeholders, and mostly strong and supportive design language. And in imperfections, maybe the very strict and systematic design layout may result in a too formal structural design language and lacks a certain flexibility. And the questions, how does Alice see that we can work on fostering better living conditions and design qualities in refugee camps in this growingly hostile environment? Does she maybe have any recommendations on that?
Firstly, thank you, Jonas, for your for your questions. So to answer this question, in growingly hostile environment, refugee camps are often designed as a temporary structures. They are the main idea is to just give the safety, the roof over their heads. But I think to foster better living conditions, we need to change our mindsets. Camps should not be seen as a short-term living places because, and this is unfortunately, a lot of refugee camps, their lifespan is more than 15 years that people spend there. And we can't look at 15 years as a temporary structure. We need to think more about the urban and even more permanent structures as them. So the key recommendations that I have also tried to include in my project is to firstly integrate these camps with the urban structures that already are there, to make this design as flexible and adaptable as possible, using modular systems that can be adjusted for residents' needs and their cultural preferences. And yeah.
Can I give the next question then? Isn't shortly saying, isn't humanitarian architecture a general must in any community-oriented architecture, and how can we guarantee these lessons learned are considered also in other working fields?
So yes, humanitarian architecture is a general must in any field, but I don't think we can guarantee that these lessons could so easily be implemented into different fields. But we should try. We should always try to implement them. Because humanitarian architecture often emerges in response of some crisis. But those principles of prioritizing mental well-being, dignity, and community should be implemented into any community-oriented design. To ensure that these lessons are learned, I think we need to talk more and address more these human-centered design principles in all architectural fields, whether it's designing a refugee shelter or redeveloping urban communities. The focus should be on creating spaces that are not just functional, but also empower residents and promote long-term recovery and well-being. By incorporating these values into planning process at every stage, we can foster environments where people feel valued, connected, supported, whether it's in times of crisis or in everyday life. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask now the jury committee to ask the questions, but to mention that we are a little bit behind the schedule. So.
Yeah, so we have to stick to 15 minutes total.
Alice, thank you for your presentation. Although the graphics and the models at first glance seems pretty cool, which is really nice, I'm a bit skeptical about the terms if we speak as in an urban planning manner. Why I'm skeptical? Because what I see is kind of dense situation, and although we suppose that this is just a project, I would approach with more with a question regarding safety. First of all, if something happens in the community, how can you provide emergency roads? How can you provide something which could help to get out of this some kind of gated community? This is one. Another one is safety already inside of this kind of community, because what I see, they're really dense and narrow streets, which happens to be there in your design. And yes.
Okay, yeah, I've thought about that quite a lot actually, and there are main access points between the villages. These roads are designed at least 7 meters wide to ensure that the transportation for emergency can get through. And also the rest of these distances are designed for to have enough distance for the fire safety and different types of emergencies. But I get your point. I know that. Unfortunately, refugee camps they can't expand as much as we would like in like urban manner. We need to implement as much living spaces as possible in these areas.
And also,
Yeah.
orientation is one of the crucial things. I can really imagine myself looking at this bee hive system and getting lost. Yeah, maybe it's my childhood trauma while getting lost in Purtsems. But still, how do you deal with this kind of questions?
Firstly, I think each of the courtyards are connected to the central space, and since they are this formal layout is designed, it's quite easy to navigate them because they are so similar. It's not a different type of typology in each of them, so you can come quite familiar with them really fastly. That's in my opinion. But I haven't got lost in Purvtem, so maybe.
Yeah, well, that was, as I said, my childhood trauma. Anyway, but I do still think that during nighttime it could be a bit problem. Well, since I don't see nothing on the streetscape. Anyway, another question could be regarding the construction process itself. How do you imagine these kind of units to be built really quickly? And probably it's also the question, how many people do you think could be housed in such kind of camps? Because, yeah.
So, in ideal scenario, these units are already
Waiting for refugees.
yes. That's an ideal situation, but unfortunately, that's not how it happens. Since they are pretty modular in their planning, it can fasten the process already. But the container layout in itself, those are already existent. So we just need to inform the installation process inside of them. To answer about the amount of people living in these camps. So each of the neighborhood is designed with 9 units. So it's either 9 families or 18 individuals living in each of these neighborhoods. So in this master plan, it's 54 units in each of the villages, times 6. I can't really do the math fastly. But I think when I started to design it, it was somewhere around 200 people inside of this master plan.
So it's exclusive refugee camp, I would tell.
Because the idea is if we need to have place for more refugees, then just add a new temporary city next to it and to have it as its own temporary unit.
And the last and final comment is, you mentioned it's in Greece.
Yes.
And the terrain could be a challenge also for such kind of beehive master plan.
Not in this case. This location is specifically found that it's as flat as you can get. But of course the Greece is pretty with the high terrain and a lot of different obstacles when it comes to environment there. With the really warm summers and rainy winters. But yeah, this plot specifically is pretty flat.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much for your project. I think it's great project and urgent one. I just have it somehow in the head. It's two authors met that I would recommend you to read. One would be Keller Estegling. Maybe you have heard of her. She wrote many fantastic books. For you, the action is the form. And the second book that comes somehow within your project would be Bernard Rudolfsky, Architecture Without Architects. And in your project, these two authors are somehow friends with each other. I really recommend you to read these two books and realize what's going on. One is explaining more about causes, what causes global processes and global problems, global shifts. And the other one is looking very carefully on the more ancient forms we have forgotten. But thank you.
Thanks.
I would also like to thank you for having chosen a very good topic. Very interesting, very relevant. Architects should be involved in this too, not just creating fancy buildings. I also know that you wrote in your thesis that this is to foster interaction and healing through dignity and hope. I mean, this is a great point of departure, what you've done. I also very much enjoy seeing your different communities. You're combined, like the community courtyard, you've got a quiet courtyard, a dynamic courtyard. And presumably, hopefully, when you arrive there, you might be very distressed, and then maybe the community one will give you some protection, and then you finally move on to the quiet, you can open to the outside world, and then the dynamic one. I like very much the way you have combined that, and also not all separate villages, but on the same place. You have chosen a prefab system, which I can see also can easily be moved around. I think, and even the plant trays are prefab. I think you had some very good thoughts. So I will not go any further except for asking a rather silly question. Now, why did you choose the colors you did? Are they the healing colors?
Colors I chose mostly because I think it gives a little bit more of joy, this colorful scheme. It makes people smile a little bit more, and I think when you come to these camps, it's really necessary to just find a little details that makes you smile.
Okay, thank you very much.
One small comment on the way back. You had the map of migration.
Yeah.
Be very careful with that map. You had a big line from Saudi Arabia to Europe. I can guarantee you no one is emigrating from Saudi Arabia. They're doing... Okay, I'm sorry, there are many problematic issues, but Saudi Arabia doesn't have such a big waves as from other regions. But just generally, you did not have North Africa on the map. You had much. Be careful with this big mapping, okay?
Yeah.
If you're dealing with these teams. I'm sorry. Yeah,
Have you been to some kind of camps?
No. No, unfortunately not.
I would say thank you for this job. I think this is totally in time, because you see what happened in the world, this movement of people and this very, very bad situation in different parts. And these refugee camps are something terrible. And you did a very good job. And I have no any question, because I suppose I understand what you're doing, and it is done very, very, very good way. And as it works as a system with the developing possibilities and all this, what you talk about, what you told us, this is very, very understandable for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I can just join the previous comments that that's really very actual, steadily, but actual theme, and it's good done. And good research, and I really like the presentation and everything what I see. My question is more about the system you are using. Well, if you are looking at the cities, also, I just Googled Moria. It's pretty traditional city with city blocks, which are pretty straight. Well, there can be different reasons why streets are not very parallel and blocks are not squared. but they are tending to be like this one. Why did you choose the triangle as a basis for your composition of this camp?
Yeah, so firstly, I worked a lot with the circular forms, but to make it more easily to design it and later on place an actual site, I started to divide this circle into smaller pieces, and that's how you get these triangles. Because the initial idea was the central fire and how the community is at the center, and it's not only a conceptual point, it's also in the planning. The community comes to the center and the living units are around. So that's why the triangle forms.
Thank you, understood. And that's more the comment, not even. Did you thought about, also a question, did you thought about the problem, well, I just read, I don't know how often it appears, but I read that in these camps might be, and they are, some kind of revolts, since not only families with small children, which are like tended to be in this very cozy courtyard to play with children, and so mainly they are young men, and they are not often interacting in a very good way with the local authorities. So some kind of troubles might appear, and usually the camp layouts are made very straight and strict because of surveillance of everything what is happening there. So how this cluster goes together with this necessity, because that's the reality, and the necessity to surveil everything what is happening there from authorities, and for authorities to go into this cluster, and if it is necessary also with military, and to just to clear everything.
Yeah, I thought about it quite a lot at the beginning stages when I started to work on these. A lot of these problems comes because of the fact that these camps are overcrowded. They don't have enough community services. They don't have anything meaningful for them to do there. So the first instinct is to give them kind of meaning. Why are they there? To give them community centers, to give them schools, and all of those facilities to educate them and to help them in this everyday life, and hopefully that will help with kind of sort of keeping them in a line in a way. But yeah, with kind of extreme situations where there needs to be.
But I understood. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Alice. Congratulate you for this project. Nicely done. I also really appreciate the jury's comments and questions, and take those into account. Yeah, there's one quote that came into my mind. I can't remember now the author, but it was, "Repetition is a state of change." And this, when I look at this project, what I really it's really difficult to work with strong forms. Sometimes the form is so formal that for architects it restricts us and puts we are slaves to the form rather than allowing us to break free from it. And here, what I think is really successful is that you've had two constraints. The constraint is the container, having to design the inside it with all these different functions and options that you were shown. And the other constraint then is this hexagon, or this segmented circle or triangle that it breaks down into. And yet, even though these two things are very restrictive, I see that this idea of change through repetition, or change being a state of repetition, is really working here. And it's really important for people to feel differences. And so, yes, I think this is on the verge of, in one sense, maybe you could get lost, but I think you could solve it very carefully with color, with paving changes, giving themes maybe to each courtyard, ways where there are identifiers or like, and signage that would help. And when I look at this compared to the tent camps that you showed, I mean, that's really get lost there. Yeah, when you have 20 acres of blue tents set on a Miesian grid. And here, I think that this is really, really a wonderful solution you came up with. And one last thing. No, I think I covered it all there. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, so repetition is a state of change. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next presenter coming up, Tina Deak. Okay, let's welcome Tina there. Okay, let's wait Andris a little bit. Well, happy name day.
Thanks.
As we're waiting here.
Thank you.
Okay, we can start again with Tina Deaka. And to mention her scientific supervisor, Zana Veja, Master in Architecture. Please, Tina, you can begin.
Hello, my name is Tina Deak, and today I'm going to present my bachelor thesis, Industrial Transformation, Rebirth Through a Purpose, and I'm going to start a little bit about the part A. The relevance of this theme is really important in today's world because, as we know, cities have been growing and the need for more housing and more eco-friendly environment is rising. The main goal for this research is to investigate how people feel in industrial areas and what do they expect from these places. The second goal is to observe other case studies that will help me determine what other industrial area projects have in their mind when developing these areas. As I said, there are two main things I'm focusing on. One of them is investigation. This section focuses on a survey that has been conducted in Wirral Waters, UK, which is an industrial area, where I questioned 40 people about their well-being, thoughts about industrial area and modular living. And I have listed an average information taken from this survey, and as we can see, people are willing to participate in a change. The second section focuses on 3 case studies, 2 case studies which are developed. One is in Denmark and one is in Sweden, and one undeveloped case study, waterfront case study in Riga. The main primary goal was to draw inspiration from and analyze the sustainable environment they have planned to do in the developed case studies. And for the not developed case study in Riga, I aimed to understand their plans for optimizing living conditions and how these plans differ from already those developed case studies. Here you can see a detailed table of the case studies and what kind of topics I chose to analyze deeper and which I later on implemented in my own project. Now I'm going to start with the part B. For the part B, I have taken my focus to the industrial area in Wirral Waters Birkenhead, which is located in the United Kingdom. This place is mostly has industrial buildings, but when moving down to the Birkenhead Park, you will start to spot out some residential buildings, and these residential buildings have been pushed away from the waterfront, sectioned off with the industrial area. Why exactly I chose this project? As in previous semester, this project was developed in master plan level, where me and that time colleague put our work together by creating buildings, residential buildings with mixed-use areas to the shore side. The general concept for this was to create an adaptive urban blocks that later on can grow into the city after some years. As we only had time for the master plan in the waterfront area, the city development wasn't created, and the adaptive housing hasn't been fully investigated. That's why in this bachelor thesis I have focused my mind on developing a living urban fabric
that will expand deeper into the city. I have cut out this piece to analyze best ways to develop cities on infrastructure, and I will be taking out the already developed master from the water side, a bit of industrial area, and also taking a piece from already existing industrial residential building area. In the developed master plan, you can see the old buildings around it, and then the cut-out community urban fabric. I'm offering large courtyards for community gatherings, as well as plenty space for mixed-use activities. Renewed activity zones in already existing residential area, and a clear mobility passages for pedestrians and cyclists. Here you can see a 3D visualization from the waterfront side, and also a comparison from the mixed-use areas and community courtyard area. And also a renewed activity space, which right now in that place is left unmanaged. To support the idea that the community developed urban fabric is fully dependable on residents, on residents that can express their creative minds, I have expanded community involvement into the interior level. Each building's modular unit is 10 by 10 meters, which offers an open space zone with a kitchen, storage, and bathroom and storage already implemented. This unit has 2 meters 25 by 1 meter 12 grid that is supported by common furniture measurements. Each grid's intersection has the mounting points for the walls to snap in for people to create their own living space. Here are the 5 units for people to choose from to start their own home. The first unit is a standard unit, which is a startup unit. The second one is the same standard unit, but with the opportunity to have a balcony. The third one is where the balcony pushes in and creates an indoor terrace. The type 4 and type 5 units are more like an extra units. Those are both units are offering extra floors up to 5 stories and extra units that can be placed to the sides. Here you can see a view from the balcony and also from the terrace, and also how the movement goes to the upper floors. Here you can see a little bit detailed table on how each group of people can create these spaces in a regular unit, in a standard unit with the balconies, and the same for the terrace. And here you can see also a table that extra units also offers for more balconies and more terraces, and also one more toilet and a storage room. This is a developed community living housing block where you can see how these units merge together and how people create their own living spaces. In the diagrams above you can see better how each group of people have created their own spaces, and the other diagram shows how it balances out with the green areas. As for the materials, residents have full takeover. They can choose to decorate their living units in concrete panels, brick panels, or wood. This inspiration for the materials were the surrounding area of the Birkenhead to blend in with the overall view. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's proceed with your reviewers, Jonas Buchel's remarks and evaluation. He has evaluated your work positively, starting with A part. Positive qualities are a real journey of discovery into the possibilities of systematic thinking and truly adaptive architecture that faces the most modern challenges of participatory design and the new reuse of existing buildings. Beyond all efforts taken, Tina Deaka reached out locally and conducted a questionnaire that strongly supports her working approach and the conclusions of the thesis. Some disadvantages and imperfections. The interest in a participatory approach and an obvious urgency for a community-driven urban development and regeneration contradicts at some point with the choice of the case studies. And some positive qualities about AAB part. A very strong design research examining various opportunities of a modern modular approach in creating new residential housing opportunities, adapting to modern and future society demands. And some disadvantages. In my opinion, there are hardly any points of criticism worth mentioning, except perhaps somewhat weaker open space planning compared to the very strong building design and master plan. So the question, the second conclusion states that inhabitants and developing their environments more further future-proof than those of a large corporation or individual designers. How does the author herself see the options of this ultimately co-creative design approach in reality? Is there any chance exactly in these often really valuable waterfront projects to practice an inhabitant near working methodology?
Thank you. Thank you for the questions. I hope I understood these questions right, but for this one, in waterfront projects, corporations often focus on increasing value, but artificially doing so can drive people away. That's why community involvement, on the other hand, creates relatable developments and often results in cost-effective solutions that can benefit both developers and residents by reducing expenses and increasing value.
So the other question, in her project, the author has chosen a very temperate height of the building. This gives the project a very pleasant living space, and it fits very well with the historical specifications of the center of Birkenhead. The question is how one can assert oneself with such planning against the financial pressure of modern developers with an obvious interest in more building volume for floor space and density. Does Tina has any ideas or has thought more detail about this?
Thank you. The main factor here lies again in value. Buildings with higher density is another way how to increase value, or in this case, the profit of a single plot of land. However, the community helps to raise the area's value even more naturally. Developers can then lower density while still benefiting from a greater profits due to improved quality of life.
Thank you. Let's proceed with the jury.
I'm not going to comment now, but I just want to inform the jury, just for context. 2 years ago, we started Urban Design Lab with Manchester University, and it's an exchange project where our students were investigating waterfront conditions near Manchester, Liverpool, and Viral Waters, which is opposite Liverpool. And their students came here to investigate Andresaus, Kipsala, and Riga Center proper. So it was an exchange project. And the reason I wanted to explain this is just so you'd understand the context why this site. And so the idea was we were looking at, over the last 2 years, how to integrate industrial sort of territories back into the city and how to reconnect those edge conditions with the water, because a lot of those conditions were closed off and no access. A similar problem that we have here in Riga in many places. So, thank you.
Thank you, Tina, for your project. Actually, I have only one question, but my main comment would be that the graphics and the presentation was pretty cool. Both the modularity you have chosen and the scale of the city, which is pleasant for Liverpool. But one of the major issues what I see here is maybe you can have something in mind and couldn't manage to do that, is the waterfront. You're using case studies from Riga, from other things, and here I see that in your project you have approached only with pavilions and some kind of greenery and yacht port. Can you please elaborate more on what is happening there on the waterfront? Because the reviewer already asked a really specific question. The waterfront is the most expensive thing, although it doesn't have to be built with high rises, etc. But what are the landscape solutions? What are your ideas behind this?
Yeah, I didn't focus on this right now on my bachelor thesis on the waterfront because I said this wasn't my previous semester work, but I'm gonna a little bit go back. Here. So I didn't work alone. I had Emilia with me, that my partner, that we created this waterfront site. And the concept was that we create this how do I call the passages? Okay, I'm going to show on the model. So there were main streets going from the city down in the plot, and our main concept was to bring those cities inside our plot. So we brought those lines inside the water, so it goes out like platforms, and it connects with smaller platforms, so you can go off easily. But what happens in the waterfront, here we have like a moving crane already there, so our concept was that in that place it always changes, so someone can come and build its business for a week or month, and then later it gets demolished and rebuilds something new. The same concept went for the other side, which didn't have the moving crane, but it had those places had like a longer time period where they can be at that, like a spot they can create their own business, a cafeteria to really invite people from going to the promenade inside their little like a spot of business, something like that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your project. I enjoy a lot that you did not overpopulate the site. You left a lot of nice empty space. I think that's a quality, and you know, not to pull it till the limits. And on that matter, I would invite you to have you heard about Elinor Ostrom?
I haven't, no.
No, she's a political scientist and economist, and she wrote a very last decade crucial book, the Governing the Commons. Mm-hmm. And the commons are different kind of commons that can be used by wider audience and society within the space. She always refers to a tree mm-hmm. as a strong common, that many things can happen around the tree. And I would invite you also to think about more commons that these communities could be developed around. Currently you have, I think, designed, structured all of the housing, but on the empty spaces, what is within, I think you can bring even further the urban planning theory, maybe with these commons. Mm-hmm. And maybe check out this book, Governing the Commons.
Thank you, yes.
I would also like to thank you for a very good project. You have really done some good research. You have understood Liverpool. Not Manchester this time, Liverpool, and of course Manchester doesn't have a waterfront, so you had to jump to Liverpool presumably. I think the graphics is good. I think your alternative is good. In fact, it's well done. But I have a few questions. Mm-hmm. As it was mentioned, one of the questions read out. There's a lot of pressure on waterfront sites. Not only because commercially they are interesting, but also because it's quite expensive to build at the waterfront. And also the third point is that a lot of people want to live at the waterfront. So my question is, why do you have such a low-scale project? I mean, could you not see, this is maximum 4 stories. Would it be possible to build taller? Why didn't you do that?
Well, I originally thought about building higher, but when I started to go into deeper into the city, I started to notice that somehow I lost the waterfront. It was too tall, and it was too looking from the side, looking too weird that we have on the waterfront such large buildings, and it just sections off from all the rest of the city. So my main goal was to make it lower, like make it that some buildings don't have floors. So you, for example, stand here and you still can see what's happening on the waterfront side.
Yeah. Okay. My second question is about the use. Now, you were saying that you are obviously looking at lost spaces, become a community center. You show the diagram showing housing, offices, and workshops, but you can be concentrating mainly on the housing part. Did you consider making more like a mixed-use development, not just focusing so much on housing? I'm thinking about that you had some good references. I can think another one like Hafen City in Hamburg, which is cultural facilities, housing, office, everything. Why didn't you bring more multi-use into the project?
So the project actually has a mixed use spaces. So these little bit freer spaces these are just my examples how people that are living in this model created these spaces, but there are free spaces for them to create their own shop, create their own market, and just do their work. So yeah.
Okay. You gave me some good answers. Thank you.
For me, it's a bit difficult to understand, but probably I want to ask you just one thing. Do you have any, in some words, explain some compositional principles, not only architectural compositional principles? What do you use here in this block of buildings?
Okay. So originally this territory is divided by these kind of squares.
Yes.
So I used the same typology, but for these industrial bigger spaces, I brought more streets in, so to divide it more. And the concept was that each square has to have a kind of a community gathering point. So I chose these to place these buildings around the center of each courtyard to kind of make it bit more enclosed. So from the street view, you can still see the inside, but the building is still standing in front. So it kind of invites you to step into this courtyard that opens up to the community, like the residents that living there.
Small community of around the courtyard.
Like
the system is that you make a composition from different courtyards.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So
and living around these courtyards.
Yeah.
And this connection between courtyards, between these communities, have any idea how it connected, or it is totally separated as a one small community, not going out from that, communicated with another one, or how it is?
Well, there isn't like an obvious connection to each of the urban blocks, but you can. There is an optimized mobility passages, and pedestrians can just walk by to the other area and say hi. So.
And speaking about volume composition, do you have any ideas how to, let's say, what to say about volume composition?
About volume?
Volumes, how it is together, what it creates as a composition together from these small different buildings, different heights, lower, higher. Do you have any composition principles?
Well, the composition principle right now is that in the future people decide how many floors they want, and another person comes in and he wants to build upper, and so that's how it creates the...
This is like in New York, everybody builds what they want, and it's chaotic development. You can say this is a principle?
I wouldn't say it's a chaotic, because it has a 5-floor limit, so it doesn't overstep the whole overall Birkenhead level. So.
Okay, but
Yeah.
but anyway, it's chaotic.
Okay.
You can't predict what will be in the end.
Well, I can't, but there can be set some rules that can manage this chaotic principle.
And who manages?
City planning should be fine.
No, but just interesting, because this open system. You
Well,
create an open system which is limited by some rules of height, for example, density or some other things, but it goes like a nature. It goes like a nature. This is a principle. That's what I'm asking you.
Okay. Yeah, well, it will later, and if this project would be developed, the municipality of Birkenhead will have some kind of input and help with people and see how they are planning to do before before they realize place their home. But it's an open mind to create there.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Thank you for a very interesting approach. As from the scale of master plan, I really appreciate this way how you are getting through this industrial area, and you're starting to develop and to connect the existing apartment blocks with the riverside. So that's really good way to do that. Thank you. But I would like to follow up questions that Anders asked, and it's about this open community type way to build these houses. So please explain more how it happens. For example, someone is starting to build one house. I'm not speaking about 5 or how many floors. Let's say that will be 5-story building afterwards. But in the first phase, someone is building his first floor. And then comes another one and says, I will stick something above you. And he's just starting to build above the first one. And how is organized the access to the second floor and afterwards to the third and fourth and fifth floor? Who is doing that? Just anyone is, I don't know, making ladders or steps or something like that, staircases, like is in a facade picture, or it's still centralizedly done? So previously someone is planning the 5 stories for this building, making some kind of grid structure, and then everyone is coming and putting his own, I don't know, that square inside. So just kind of development process description for particular building, let's say 5-story building.
Okay. So yes, there also is a grid principle. So you can see here that the whole plot is divided by 10 by 10 meters, so you can't really place buildings anywhere like in diagonal. But when it comes to, for example, this person has developed a one-story building, and if someone would like to come and build upwards, but for example, the person already built there says he doesn't want to have a person above his head, directly above his head. So there would be like a strategy to izlaist.
Izlaist.
one
Omit?
Skip.
Skip?
skip one floor and build upwards. So there are a lot of possible ways how to get by and accept, like, provide every people needs.
Okay, then I am back to my second question about the structure and construction of these modules. 10 by 10, why is this module choose like 10 by 10, not, for example, 9 by 9 or 6 by 6, or what is the reason for this?
Well, in my opinion, 10 by 10 module is a little bit more flexible when it comes to interior planning too. And it is a little bit flexible when it comes to the city planning. And you can divide this, well, 10 by 10 is an outer shell. It has like the walls and then inside. So the 10 by 10 also is better that it includes the wall thickness, so it doesn't change like the inside of the space that you can move or play around. So that's why.
Yeah, and that it makes for type 1.5 2 meters wide bedrooms, 4. And that might be a problem. But actually the question is also related not only for that size, outer size, thanks that I understood, but you do not have any internal structure. Principally, you are saying that type 1 by 1.1 can be built like an absolutely opened room, one room, without anything inside. So, really,
No, this table is an example how the people groups can make each of the space. This type is like the open studio type. So, for example, the artist doesn't want any walls.
please
so
explain the construction of this. What is this? What are slabs and walls for this particular type?
From what kind of material?
Yes,
It's concrete, and then the facade comes
concrete
on as
10 by 10 meters plate.
No, it has like metal steel framing, and then the concrete.
You had a diagram, right?
Okay. Okay.
I-
No, thank you. Thank you.
I think
No.
I did.
Thank you.
But yeah.
Yes, thank you, Tina. Yeah, it's I really am pleased how you took the initial master plan work that you did, and then you went in and focused in and zoomed on how you could actually come up with a proposal how to develop off of that. I had a similar question about the grid, because like this when you showed how the insides can be assembled in different ways, and that the inhabitant can choose how to modify it based on how they want to live there. And that also is connected to how it develops in this sort of organic sprawling across the site. But I also had a question about the 10 by 10. I saw you showed the diagram where you're using the 1.250 times 2.500, which is a sheet of plywood, basically, or the same module like Wright used in his Usonian homes. And so, but then obviously if you divide 6 into half, you get 3, and 3 is a better width, for smaller room than splitting 5. So that's why I had a similar question, why that module. But otherwise, I really thank you for the presentation and the graphics and the entire explanation that you gave to come to this. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's welcome our next presenter, Leticia Ledela. līdz tam, kad nozvanīt, ir mikrofons atnācis apmēram līdz gultām. Jā, kas vai gultām.
Jā, bet man liekas, viņi nepiefiksē, kad ir šāds.
Es pajautāju.
Jo es nepiefiksēju.
Es atļaušu pamanīt, lai Linda nedzird, jā.
O, tad ir, es varu verbāli pateikt, ka we need to close.
Es negribu tā kā baigi pārtraukt.
Nē, bet es varu... Nē. Ok, well, es divas lietas. Vai nu es atbraucam noģē laiku, vai mēs pieņemsim kavējumu. Bet šeit es teicu, ka mēs dosim signālu viņiem.
Ir signāli.
Nē, viņi
Man grib pajautāt. Vai nedzird tiešām?
Es to sēžu blakus. Un es man tur... Oli noteikti tur.
Viņi tajā galā nedzird.
Jā, mums ir... Tad vai nu
Jā, bet viņi jau ir
jāpacēlas uz
pabeiguši ar jautājumu.
Nu, jā, bet ir bet kas, mēs noķersim pēc tam.
Jā, Gunta, es gribēju paprasīt, vai jūs dzirdat to signālu apmēram, kad nozvanīt tas 15? Jā. Es gribēju pārliecināties vienkārši.
Es arī redzu, ka bet es
Jā, nu, arī jā, tas ir viņiem, bet man ir tas, bet arī priekš mums ir uzvilts taimers. To es arī gribēju pārjautāt, vai viņš ir cik klās.
Jā, jo viņi dzirdēja, jā. Bet es pa pārējām, jā.
Es varu pašai tālāk, protams, ka jau baigi būt.
Nē, nu, parasti tas mikrofons ir atnācis līdz tejum skaidrs, ka kaut kas ir jāapsaka, bet, nu... Ok. Yeah. Let's welcome our next presenter, Leticia Dedela, and to mention her scientific supervisor, Rudolf Steiner Schmidt. Please proceed with your presentation.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Leticia Dedela, and today I will present my bachelor's thesis, Development of Child and Adolescent Mental Health Center in Riga, Juglas Street 20, and my scientific supervisor is Rudolf Steiner Schmidt. So the goal of the research was to evaluate the existing situation of the psychiatric help services available for children and adolescents in Latvia, and collect design approaches and principles that could be applied to make the recovery process more effective. The importance of emphasizing this topic derives from the concerning increase in the number of children and adolescents who required the help of mental health specialists in the recent years. And the research problems are rising need for child psychiatry services in Latvia, including both outpatient consultations and inpatient accommodations. Another problem are the long waiting times that patients are faced with in order to have a consultation with a specialist in the field. These are the tasks of my research. So the first is to gather information and provide an evaluation of the current situation in child psychiatry in Latvia, to describe how the environment can aid the recovery process, to analyze design approaches and principles related to healing and integrate them into hospital design, to provide analysis of selected case studies and develop a proposal for a new building that would store the functions of a mental health center for children. And the research questions are: what are the current conditions of child psychiatry in Latvia? How can physical aspects of architecture and design be used to impact healing processes? And what impact does hospital environment leave on a person? And what are the characteristics of a mentally calming and healing space? So this is the theoretical A part. In the theoretical part of my thesis, I had 6 case studies that were analyzed from all around the world to learn about global tendencies in children as well as psychiatry hospital designs. The theoretical part describes the importance of multisensory design incorporation into design of mental health facilities. The main elements are daylight, color, texture, biophilic design, vestibular elements, and olfactory design. Each of these factors significantly influence the recovery process. For example, daylight supports daily biological rhythm and reduces stress, which is vital for recovery. Use of different colors can influence emotions. Textures provide comfort and emotional regulation. Subtle, natural scents enhance emotional comfort and calmness. And vestibular elements support sensory integration and reduce anxiety for children. So the location I chose for my project is Jugla Street 20, which is located on the eastern side of Riga. Here. And it is the location of Children's Clinical University Hospital site in Gailezars. This is where for many years were provided the services of child and adolescent psychiatry. However, recently in the end of 2023, a new Children and Youth Mental Health Center has been opened in Children's Hospital site in Pārdaugava, Vienības gatve. So here. That's where 90% of specialists moved from the old site in Jugla Street. The new mental health center is a huge step in the development of child psychiatry in Latvia. However, the demand is still growing and cannot be supplied, as the waiting lines for first-time consultation last on average 9 months. The location on Jugla Street is very convenient, as statistically a significant part of people in Riga live in the surrounding areas. For example, Pļaunieki, Purciems, Mežciems, and near Riga's border. And this area is also rapidly developing, with new shops and apartment buildings being built each year on Jugla Street. And it is important that mental health services are provided on both sides of the river Daugava, as it not only decreases the traveling times for patients, but also it is also an integral part of Children's Hospital overall. Mental health and physical health departments need to coexist together, especially in a children's hospital, because they both supplement each other. Therefore, a new mental health center would be necessary to build next to an existing hospital. So this is the site more close up, and you can see the border lines of the site of the plot. And yeah, this is the existing building, and you can see in the pictures the surroundings that are currently there. And on the top with green, I have marked the location where I would propose to place my addition. And currently there's located a parking lot and nothing else really. There's also this free space in front of it where I plan to create the biophilic garden. And yes, the current entrance to the old hospital is here. And there's also this huge backyard, which is currently not in a good condition, as it still has some playgrounds from Soviet times, which should be renovated as well. And a positive quality that this old building has is its inner courtyard, which goes through the middle of both volumes. This is the master plan which I created, and you can see here the the new solution for the backyard, which would have more pedestrian paths, playgrounds, also the garden, which I will talk about later, a new parking lot by the street, and accessibility to the new building. This is the first floor plan. There's a more detailed functional plan on the board, but I will briefly describe it. So on the on the left side and on the bottom, the green areas are services for patients. Those include the reception rooms like psychiatrists, psychologists, therapists, narcologists, etc. And on the right side, along the side of the building, there are inpatient rooms, which are meant to face the forest for a more natural and calming view from the inpatient rooms. And the second floor follows basically the same principle, except that there are much less outpatient rooms and most are for inpatients, and also there are many staff areas such as an office space, the console rooms, dining area and rest area for the staff. Here you can see in section cuts the inner courtyards that I made in my building that would kind of connect it more to the nature and let in more daylight. And they would have benches and different plants. And this is kind of the view to the inner courtyard from the corridor. These are the facades. So what I try to do is accentuate the verticality due to the building's horizontal nature by creating large vertical windows with these blue accents by them. And the accents were inspired by the old building, which has red accents, and both red and blue are primary colors, but blue is more to be more of a calming color, which is why I chose it. This is the facade, so I would use ceramic tiles as a facade that would be attached to the regular concrete wall. And this is what the ceramic tile would look like from the side, and it would create these vertical lines on the facade. And that's approximately how it would look like. And regarding landscaping, here you can see the biophilic garden which I would create, which has a fountain in the middle and various plants, and these paths are meant for children to explore, and the plants are are meant for both the biophilic design and also the olfactory, because by placing various plants with subtle scents such as lavender, it creates soothing atmosphere, enhancing emotional comfort and calmness. And also there would be plantations on this backyard here as well. And the conclusion is that the increasing demand for specialized mental health services in Riga, combined with the limitation of existing infrastructure, emphasizes that importance of designing a new child and adolescent mental health center. Integrating sensory design elements such as visual, auditory, tactile, olfactory, and vestibular elements can transform clinical settings into therapeutic environments that actively support emotional regulation and healing. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll quickly read your reviewers' remarks. Reviewer Rainis Predlis, Master in Architecture, has evaluated your work positively. The positive qualities of the thesis. The goal is clearly set and the structure is and the structure of the work is created. The presentation of the work, including the references section, fully complies with the requirements of the bachelor thesis work. It's clear and easy to read. And the disadvantages, the research work is commendable for delving into the current situation into the country regarding youth mental health in order to broaden the vision and gain a vector for the future. It would have been useful to delve into foreign experience in addressing this topic at the national level. And positive qualities for the B part. A successful version of the coexistence of the newly constructed and the historic building has been created for the architectural volume, creating the composition of the similar form language. The new volume is clearly readable with the successfully developed layout. The author's desire to create an architecture in connection with nature is readable, perhaps as a part of the patient's recovery process. Some imperfections. The idea of recreational garden for hospital patients with a fountain and the presence of the nature is commendable, but its location near the parking lot and in a close proximity to the road would be debatable. There is a lack of more widely reflected interior spaces which play a significant role into well-being of patients in a medical institution. So one of the questions, did the author consider connecting the new building to the historic hospital complex? Yes or no, and why?
Initially, there was an idea of connecting the two buildings. However, during the designing process, it was concluded that the building is able to exist on its own due to the sufficient amount of space in the land plot, and also because the existing building is already large and hard to navigate by patients even now. So the decision was made to rather make it a separate volume.
Okay, another question from Rainis. In your opinion, were there conclusions in the research conducted in the theoretical part of the bachelor thesis regarding the successful creation of space and environment successfully implemented in the practical part of your bachelor thesis?
In my opinion, the conclusions were successfully implemented in the practical part, as many of the multisensory principles were utilized in the design. For example, light and color, I created these large windows and glazed inner courtyards, also incorporated blue color in the facade and used light colors in the interior. Regarding the olfactory and biophilic design, I created the biophilic garden near the building and also other areas such as the inner courtyards and the backyard as well. And about textures, I try to use as much soft furniture as possible because it is also known to bring more of a home-like atmosphere in such places. And also it's possible to integrate these interactive or sensory wall elements in the hospital as well for children. And regarding vestibular elements, I created playgrounds both inside and outside at the backyard, and also these paths for children, which also are great for vestibular processes. Thank you.
Well, thank you for presentation. I do think it's a crucial theme, as you also mentioned that many children are experiencing a lot of mental health issues. What I can't understand is your idea behind the multiplication of the existing hospital structure in your plan. Why you're using the same idea behind this Yeah.
I'm using the same idea because I am planning to do masters and maybe further this idea and also renovate the old hospital. So I kind of want them both to come together as a complex, which is why I made them similar. I really don't want the old hospital to just be destroyed. So I think it still has potential. And even though the interior and exterior needs to have a lot of work done, it's still a good building, and I think it's possible to make a new contemporary complex here.
Another thing is for such kind of institutions, the clear plan and safety measures and privacy measures and clear structural solution. Maybe you could elaborate more on your idea behind this, because what I see is that the daylight is coming in for patient rooms. We have two light rooms inside of the building, but there's a lot of spaces that are not really clear. The usages, like corridors, like something without daylight, without nothing. How it goes together with the daylight issues, with mental health issues, and with safety and privacy.
So regarding the daylight, I put like most areas for patients and for visitors around the light gardens, and all the functions like the therapy rooms and the patient rooms have windows. Sorry. Only like the more utility rooms are in the darkness. For example, here there are utility rooms which don't need light. These corridors here are by the wardrobe, which also don't really require much light. And regarding the safety issues, I have placed walls that kind of separate the inpatient and outpatient parts, so that they are separate and there are no privacy violations here, as there are corridors with doors almost everywhere. So, yes.
And what about the building structure itself? I can't see a clear vision behind this. Probably you could explain more.
So my main idea was to create this kind of side here for the patient rooms to face the forest, as it is a very big part of this land plot, and I really wanted to use it. And also nature is known for healing effects, and having a forest right outside your window would...
No. The structural scheme of the building. Like, is it monolith concrete, like it's CLT,
it's concrete.
Or concrete what?
With the reinforced concrete.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, thank you a lot for your project. I think you did a massive job, and I think in a layout with the existing hospital, it fits very well in a good, healthy dialogue there in between existing building and the new volume. I would have one reference to the Alto Pajari Sanatorium. It's in Finland. It's a very old building. It's a very old, 100 years old building, and it's absolutely fantastic in a way when we discuss how architecture could heal. And of course, it's alto, and everything is in details right there. And there's two moments I think you could keep on developing. One would be Mensa, how do you say Mensa? Dining place. It is a place also in Alvar Aalto and many other sanatoriums, let's say, that is really uniting, and we all believe that through a healthy eating also our mind and body can get stronger, right? We get happier when we eat and so on and so forth. So this dining place and eating place, I think you could have a bit extra more care. Maybe the hallways could be slightly narrower, but giving this space to this beautiful ritual of eating, right? You know how important is eating in our lives, and how happy we get then. This is one moment that you could kind of a bit elaborate in your plans and give a more prominent maybe place than just at the entry. And the second thing would be in this sanatorium, you will make, I hope you later will check it out, is the entry. Entry of a hospital is also an exit of a hospital. You know, and it's a good feeling to leave hospital or a clinic.
Here you can't leave. You can't leave this.
What do you mean?
You in a labyrinth.
No, there is an entry here on the corner.
You can't leave.
What do you mean?
You can't orientate in this building.
No, yeah, here we see there's an entry. There's the, can you please, here's an entry. That's entrance. There's a line
Entrance
with
is-
entrance here.
Yeah, entrance is here, and then there's
Yeah.
reception, and then here
And,
you can
and
go.
there's the dining room immediately, right?
Yeah.
So exactly at this kind of entry moment, maybe check out the sanatorium, how beautiful and elaborated is done the entry, and in the same time that is an exit,
Okay.
you know. And with some kind of small details like that, you can improve the level of design very quickly. It's not quick, but the truth is often in details, right? But thank you a lot for your project. And another small comment would be, the landscape plan was great. Maybe there is some destination point in the forest that the building doesn't stop where the building stops, but maybe the pathway could lead you somewhere in the forest and you find your way out of the forest.
You can't do that. It's mental health institution.
When
It
we,
has to be controlled. You can't have exit to forest.
Can't hear you guys.
Anyway.
Linda just said you cannot have a freedom to walk around, but in the hospital of Serkandaugava, Tvaika iela, you have relatively large freedom to walk around, and there is no gateways and there's no more fences. And people are allowed to walk around, and this is very important change. You have to allow people to walk around. There's no more fence, check it out.
I know.
You know. So this, yes, you need the guidance oftentimes, right? You're not alone, but okay, sorry.
Thank you.
You started a discussion between the members of the jury now, you realize that. Now, look here, I think you've done a good job. And I think the way, looking at your master plan, I think you're placed, positioned in the new building in a very subtle way in relation to the main hospital. I obviously don't know the main hospital, but I can see how it fits in also graphically and in a nice urban way. It has been questioned already whether the entrance should be where it is and near the car park, etc. But I would like to see the positiveness of it being a separate unit, because you talk about the mental hospital, which will probably not be directly connected, but still close to the main hospital. I think that's well done. Now, I'm just more interested to know, what's the difference between designing this mental hospital and another hospital? And the reason for asking is because you're using, in fact, some people before me have pointed out that they're quite wide corridors. Are there big spaces? What are they? Do they create a kind of comfortness you're looking for when you're in that situation in the hospital? Are they too wide? Are they a bit difficult to handle? Or are they right? You have introduced a couple of courtyards, fairly small compared to the very depth of the plan. So I'm just wondering if this is the way to handle this kind of hospital. you're using a wonderful expression. You're calling it the vestibular experience, the experience of the vestibule. That I picked up. And I'm just wondering, when you started on this project, what were the main design criteria for creating this kind of mental hospital compared to another hospital? And how it's, one more point too, is that when you are inside, in a fairly deep plan, you got lots of windows and you will come down to the floor. And I wouldn't say these people suffer from vertigo, but you certainly have good contact with the outside. Is that part of your approach too? So I'd just like to know what are your main decisions for making this particular hospital?
Yes, so my main conditions were the maximally connected to nature, so with the big windows and the inner courtyards, because nature is essential for mental health recovery, and it's very bad for people who are recovering from mental health issues. It's very bad if they are indoors and not connected to the outside world at all, which is why I wanted to make as much glazed exterior as possible, and also the inner courtyards for those who can't really maybe go outside. And what was the question?
The way, we pointed out a few questions have been raised about why such wide corridors or spaces, why small courtyards in relation to the very deep plan. Were these deliberate decisions when you started on this project? Bearing in mind this is not a normal, just not an average hospital, but a mental hospital. What were your main criteria for designing a mental hospital, in other words?
My main criteria was, yes, the daylight, and to make it maximally as not clinical as possible, so that when you enter there, it doesn't feel like you are inside of a hospital. So when you enter, there's soft furniture, plants, and people just kind of calm down and don't feel like they're about to be institutionalized. So that was kind of like the main idea for the atmosphere of the building.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your project. I just want to ask you one question. Probably you, in your research part, you find the answers. What will be with the old hospital? What is in the plans of Ministry of Health? What they are planning to do with this old hospital? Do you know?
Currently nothing. There is still like 10% of the specialists from psychiatric department still working there. But overall the hospital is half empty. There are some services obviously, but they are not really planning to do anything with it right now because I guess the lack of budget.
To do nothing with this building? That's a good plan. It's a very sustainable plan. I'm asking because this building is let's say, example of one of hospital architectures from that time. Yes. And this is very modern for that time. Do you know the authors of this building?
No, but it was built during the 70s.
Yes, during 70s, last century, and author is Moders Dzelzis, Anna Reinfeldt. These are architects very famous in our country. And that in that time, that was something very, very innovative and nice done. And you said, answer was, there is no plans for Ministry of Health what to do with this. They just don't think about it. They spend 50 millions for the new buildings and don't use this one. Okay? No, you don't know.
There wasn't any information on that.
Yeah, thank you. It's not your question, it's just to know. It's good to know that they are so stupid.
Thank you very much for your approach and your approach to revitalize this place, which is already understood is it is kind of landmark in this area, and I even don't know if it is Juglo or Mežciems, but still. My question is more related about the old and new. If you are saying that you are not using old building, which, well, yes, if it's your approach and everyone can do that, and you are still saying that you are using for your form, your like volume, kind of reference from the old volume. And at the same time, you are not using, for example, the facade solutions or facade composition. How you are, on the one hand, you are using the volume. On the second hand, what is about facades, which is actually the most visual part of our understanding if those buildings are or not are like in one complex. Could you please explain your approach for facade, for particular facades? Did you thought about old building or not, or it makes nothing?
Yes, I thought about it. I didn't manage to make a renovation for this building in this project particularly, but if I pursue this in my master thesis, I think that these ceramic panels, which are used for the new building, could also be used on the old building as well. So they kind of have a matching language, and this would also insulate the old building as well. So I think that's a good idea how to manage the facades and make them more in the same language. And
okay, then
yeah.
the next question is about connection between both buildings. If that old building is still, let's say, alive, and some specialists are working there, you are saying that your new building is self-sufficient and it can function without connection with the old building, and still those, I understand about the building, but what about people? Because I guess those specialists are the same, which will work in one building and in second building. It might be. We don't have so many doctors to sit in two buildings. What about them? They have to cross this gap between both buildings on foot in the winter, or there might be some connections still if there is a need. Your approach.
Well, currently the connections are not underground or anywhere. It's just above the ground, so you cross the street and get to the second building. But if I will pursue this project, then I will definitely think about a better connection for the specialists specifically, and yeah.
And the last question is about the orientation in the space. In every hospital, this is one of the main issues. One have to think about how to orient in the space, in the area. It's in, let's say, normal hospital, and especially it's very necessary to have some guidelines. I don't know, coloristic versions and so on. Not only furniture, especially in mental health facilities. What is your idea how you are solving this?
The idea about solving the wayfinding would be with colors, also with colorful murals on the walls. I was thinking about like nature inspired drawings on the walls that would kind of show the place, which, for example, if you're going to a certain room, it could be marked as the orchard room, and on that wall there could be a mural of an orchard. So this was kind of my idea, but yes. Also, the wayfinding could be the like colorful stripes on the ground, which is very common, and I think it works very well as well. And yeah, the reason why I think it would be like plant-based, because to the connection to the inner courtyards, the wall building is kind of nature-oriented, and yeah, that was the idea.
Yeah, thank you, Letizia. I really appreciate to the level that you brought this up. I know the project was a challenge for you. You spent a lot of time on research and bringing it up to the level that we are looking at today. I agree to some of the comments, particularly, you spent a lot of time on coming up with the module for the rooms, and we talked about, I think it would really help if you clicked on the access lines, because that module runs through there, and you put columns where the atrium is and stuff like that. So I think that would really help for others to see how you organized it. The second thing is, I think the positioning of the new addition, creating this courtyard between the two buildings, the old and the new, is very good because it helps reflect what's happening between the other two buildings. Because actually, as Anders said, when you walk between these two existing buildings with these bridges, it's almost like walking through this futuristic utopian environment, because of the way the terrain goes. It's like I went through there and I couldn't even believe that that something like that is here in Latvia. It was really, really, really interesting. And so bringing this courtyard idea out to the front between the two volumes, I think is really good. I would pay careful attention to all the comments you received today, because I think they're very valuable. And in the future, the thing, how will this new volume versus the old volume, the old one will be restored, and ironically, this building isn't insulated on the outside. And so if you want to upgrade the building, you have to think about whether that original, authentic period, modernist period building is preserved and as accurately as possible, versus making the complexes as one and having a completely new identity. This is something that really has to be, further looked at and decided. So thank you for your work. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. I have a question for the jury. We have, according to the schedule, one more presentation before we go on break. However, we have gone over by 40 minutes. So I propose, rather than taking an hour lunch, we take a half-hour lunch, and then we come back. Well, basically it's 10 after 9. We either come back at 2 or we come back at 1:45. Okay, so we will resume with the next presentation at 1:45. We're going to take a half-hour break. Yes, is it clear? Everybody? Okay, thank you.
Emīlija. Tu viņam recenzēs. Būs labi. Būs labi. Man te ir skaists sarast. Paldies. Oi. Okay. Okay, let's move forward with our next presenter, Emīlija Kisaļova. And to mention her scientific supervisor, it's Dainis Rudolf Schmitz, our dean. Yeah. Please start your presentation.
I can probably take it. Yeah. So basically, in my thesis, I investigated scalable strategies for sustainable rehabilitation of neglected buildings, especially in the context where there's our pressures of constraints, cost efficiencies prioritized over architectural quality, and regulatory frameworks with complex multi-stage approval processes, and when stricter rules are tied to the protected heritage site, comes the additional layers of complexity. So in my research, I tried to build upon each building component and explored each potential of the part and its relation to the whole as groundwork for theoretical exploration of old buildings as living dynamic structures that shape the uncertain futures of heritage, city, and communities. So in Riga, official data shows that 170 buildings are classified as derelict across different levels of decay. Among these, 341 are located within the heritage site, UNESCO World Heritage Site, Riga Historic Center and its buffer zone, including 53 of those in category A requiring an urgent intervention. Here is the map where you can see the registered buildings in relation to the boundary. And so, I chose Asrīda Brijāne L13 as a case study to exemplify broader strategies for sustainable rehabilitation, for its potential to be an example as a derelict site, underlining its state of despair and its need for intervention. The selection of the site was informed by its potential for integration within a culturally and socially valuable urban context. The clinker building, originally built as a laundry house in 1880, has served different purposes throughout its lifetime, along with a few transformations. So originally it was proposed as a 4-wing building. 3 of the wings were built with a freestanding chimney. Then it grew an additional floor, later growing an additional boiler house. And then the final stage was a few more additions to the upper floors. And yeah, it housed Riga Light Technical School until 2009, when it became vacant. So the context with its industrial past now hosts a few of the most important cultural venues in Riga. Its location with developed infrastructure and the adjacency to the Riga's traffic arteries plays a crucial role in its potential to become a significant part of the surrounding urban fabric. The formal task was to open a makerspace in Riga as publicly accessible workshop spaces, facilities for wood, steel, form, function, fashion, design, a place that provides hands-on creative ways for students to design, experiment, and invent as they engage with a variety of tools and technology. And so the building located within a culturally and socially valuable urban context presents an opportunity to create a center for creativity, education, and innovation. So the new volume had to be built to host the wood and steel workshops and the necessary conditions it asks for, and the necessary interventions to the original volume. I was inspired by the notion of maintenance and upkeep as an integral part of architecture and design, a statement made by exhibited cleaning cart in Museum of Finnish Architecture as symbol of unrecognized part of the practice. By centering the design of the new volume around vertical communications, the proposed structural grid integrates building utilities and circulation as functional columns. Therefore, the two integral parts of the building are the people and the immune system of the building. So, to function, the interior layout would be organized around 4 production stages: material preparation, assembly, processing, and finishing, to ensure efficient workflows and educational opportunities, and in addition, a material library containing a variety of material samples. So, the idea was to make the first floor as a platform for collaboration and engagement with the public. So, placing the form design workshop at the bottom floor, I wanted to connect it more to the existing courtyard that would be created by the new volume, and therefore I chose to demolish the boiler house, as previously mentioned, but with intention to use it in the following stages. And so, yeah, and here you can see I lowered the level up to the workshop. And so the ground floor would have 2 access points. One is more public, and the other one is from Aloysius Street that is more controlled and gives access to the workshops. And so the multi-purpose hall that is in the center of the new volume would be seasonally functioning as a space for public workshops and different summer programs. And I lowered the level of the new volume to create an even stronger connection to the street and the inner courtyard. And so in total, the workshops were arranged in the underground, 1st and 2nd floors, with showers and a separate kitchen with co-working spaces and table corners for discussions. The open layout was introduced for adaptability that would later be defined by necessary compartments and workstations. Modifications and further separations into different sound zones were also considered, but I'm not a specialist, so I left it as open as possible. So, lecture halls on the last 2 floors with meeting rooms and a space for teaching and management staff with additional studios and residencies were planned to provide a space also for educational purposes. And yeah, finally, I would like to emphasize the kitchen. I introduced kitchen that would connect both the teaching and management staff on the 3rd floor and the students and the public on the 1st floor. And so, in conclusion, I focused on creating a public space for cross-disciplinary collaboration, community engagement, and production. So, I will go quickly over this, but to make this happen, strategy lies in the iterative, collaborative process of the project development. So the first phase serves as the foundation for the entire project, inviting discussion, collaborative planning, and general assessment of the project. So this is the ground meeting of the stakeholders. Community-led renovations workshops would play a central role in this process, aiming to create a sense of ownership later stages. The next phase begins to activate the building despite working within budgetary constraints. By offering spaces for smaller businesses and commercial use, the project starts to generate revenue. And the first functional spaces within the building are completed, focusing on areas that can support commercial activity and artists, perhaps. But yes, so the first volume is built. The next phase focuses on significant structural improvements to ensure the building's long-term usability. It presents a critical point where the old structure becomes fully functional and the new volume begins to take shape. And so, the last one is the grand finale where the building is completed and hopefully without compromising on its qualities.
Thank you, Emilia. Yeah, let's proceed with your reviewer, Ilzas Pakalones review. She has evaluated your thesis work positively. And the positive qualities are the author has managed to set out a well-grounded and extensive theoretical basis of design principles for rehabilitation of existing structures within the urban fabric. The design principles have a potential to be formulated into a design guidebook. Some disadvantages and imperfections. The author could have looked into the case studies and sources that showcase in more detail strategies and dynamics of the streets or the whole urban blocks revival in a relation to the design principles defined in the chapter 1. Also, the principles defined within the chapter 1 could have been more explained for the chosen area in Riga. So the two questions. One of the question, please explain more in detail how the temporary or permanent programs, as well as the defined design principles, might be adapting to the unstable and fluctuating needs of the city.
Yeah, so the scalability of this strategy lies in the ability to cycle the feedback, finances, and the slow integration of the proposal. And so more temporary programs are aimed to engage and kind of invite local communities. And more permanent one is to make the building function and with easy access to maintenance and repair. So,
and the other
yes.
question, please explain the intended impact of the project upon the local urban culture.
So I've thought about it a lot, and I will come back to the site plan, because I think that what I have intended is that the building would function together within those activities that are surrounding it, because it is a pretty dense program that is around, mentioning the also M-Darnica and the Brijana quarter that is there, and Stritska Villa and Tallinas Pagam that is nearby, and also the newly built tobacco tab fab for Latvian Culture Academy. And so that's why I thought that, okay, it would work within its context and be like a part of a larger whole. And now I think that what I kind of did is provided an additional pathway through that connects Alojas iela and Aristrīda Bijāna iela. So I presume that this project could actually improve the connectivity and flows of this kind of corner of Aristrīda and Miera iela. But yeah, so and generally this building could be referred as a common garage. So I think this is what would bring everyone there. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'll now give the word to the jury committee.
Thank you for presentation. I really enjoyed the graphics and the experimental character of how the project is presented. Also, what is written in the thesis is quite challenging in terms of that philosophical ideas which are there discussed. And therefore, I would ask maybe also some kind of philosophical more question, not regarding your particular project, but you mentioned that there are over 800 neglected buildings in Riga.
Yes.
So you have chosen one of them. So it stays 799 buildings. More. What to do with them?
With the rest of the
Yes.
870, what to do with them? Yes, good question. Thank you. So this, and here I tried really to focus on the iterative process of project development, and I felt like the approach and the correct approach is to really introduce more phases to the project to maintain and control its kind of execution. And so approaching other 869 buildings, I feel like this is the correct approach, where each individual case is studied, where all the relevant stakeholders are meeting, because I feel like, in my research, I concluded that it is actually a big problem that with such projects where large budgets are required, and it is an old building that is kind of crumbling, much more people are needed to be participating in the project, and I think that the answer is the local kind of local opinions and 2 to 3 very motivated stakeholders.
And another approach, which were not discussed in the thesis, but could be also used, is not doing anything, just use the existing structure. While we're always struggling with adding something new to some kind of existing structure, making more out of the site, making more dense. Can you maybe also describe some kind of ideas behind this kind of approach?
Adding a new volume.
Yes.
Yes, well, because there was an existing function to be kind of applied to in the city, which was the makerspace. It was a real kind of assignment, like 3 years ago.
And
so
now it's built and it's ugly.
Yeah, exactly. And so, I tried to kind of combine the necessary function to the existing building also as part of the strategy, where some necessary function that is crucial for the urban kind of quality dynamics is introduced. and applied to the building.
Could be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you a lot about your project. I'm finding great how you're having this chaotic presentation method and things are slightly floating. I think it's a very lovely design decision-making process, and the project generally is cool. But, well, how could you demolish the only boiler room in Riga and not to make it into a boiler room as we know what it is? Tokyo boiler room, Berlin boiler room, Riga boiler room.
Oh no.
And you're taking it down.
Okay.
That's exactly my question.
Okay?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. It's incredible. I don't know. I really now I have
That's okay.
regrets.
It's theoretical. On the last 4 stages, that is the main plan: the dinner table, staging, implementation, finale. On the last image, there is this large crowd that is going to the building,
Yes.
right? I think this crowd needs to be photoshopped in every stage of the building. Especially at the dinner table. We all meet there and we eat taco, shashliks, whatever, big barbecue.
Yeah.
You know what I mean.
Yep.
An active democracy.
Yeah.
Active democracy is a very exhausting one. Not everyone wants to have energy to participate. And this is the problem of active democracy. You know. But this people crowd should be all of them. And I think these 4 steps are brilliant. Having sitting on one large table, what can be better? What can be more democratical in beginning of the, you know, of the project? So I think there's some qualities, right? And then I'm thinking about this large crowd of the people. Active democracy can be a decision-making process, right? And there's problems in the democracy in other ways. What if, just a provocation, no need to react on it. What if 400 people would start building it, like Amish? Gather together like Liela Talka. You know, maybe. There's not every job that human can do, but each person can learn to reconstruct building. Not complicated jobs, not to go on a facade and stellages and do things, but some kind of easy coloring jobs by the community, easy floor coverings. And this can be a process where everyone learns, maybe, you know, not that you take an expensive construction company who overpays you and so on, but really community building up, you know. So I think I can congratulate you on your project and trying to understand active democracy process inside of the building regeneration phases. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Well, talking about democracy, you explained that when you start this project, I mean, in reality, you would invite people in the local community, artists, and other people. But why not any politicians? Yeah, but they were not in your nice product. Anyway, this is a snide remark. My point is that this, I mean, I must admit that my Riga as a city, I think it's, as you all know, of course, I've known for a few years that it's got the greatest collection of Art Nouveau Jugend buildings in the world. It's fantastic. I did not know that 870 buildings were derelict, nor did I know that 341 of them are on the UNESCO list. Now, is this one on the UNESCO list? It isn't, is it? This particular one, is that on UNESCO list?
It is. No, it's not.
No. But anyway, my main question is, apart from the question of the crowd and everything else, which I support, my question is, when you take on a challenge like this, okay, you're demolishing something which should be demolished, I understand, but apart from that, you're building something new next to an existing building. This existing building has already got an extension built on the opposite end, as far as I understand. But when you go about this, how much do you relate to the existing building? Because what you're doing now with windows, large openings in the new one, not related to the existing one at all. I'm not saying that is wrong, but I'm asking you, why did you make that decision to make it such a contrast? The other one's got a hipped roof. That one was a monopitch. What you're doing now is very slow, almost flat. Why do you make this decision? How? In relation to the existing building, after all, you make an extension.
So, and looking also kind of contextually, when it's not this particular building, then I also, in my research, questioned what really is heritage and how do we perceive it, how do we define it. And I really here in my design, I tried to play with kind of the conversation with the surroundings, both in volumes, in programs, and I tried to communicate to its kind of relative context, like the neighbors and its verticality of the chimney in the courtyard. And it was, I know it might sound as a interesting approach, but I tried to create a conversation more than I tried to kind of create it from the existing one.
That's okay.
Does that make sense?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think it's a very interesting approach, a very interesting topic you've chosen to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your job. I like this scenario. This is something should think about it. Scenario of development. This is nice. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, well, maybe only question from my side would be about the scenario, which is like implementation scenarios, and about the connection with your title of your diploma work, Strategy for Sustainable Rehabilitation of Neglected Buildings in Riga Historic Center. Your thoughts, is this scheme, it was already asked, but I would like to repeat this question, is this scheme when like stakeholders, for example, owner of the first floor shop or third floor apartment are doing something and then no one is doing the roof, how it is applicable to, for example, buildings, I don't know, like let's say third row in the middle, this red one, just the question. Because principally, I understand for such kind of building, this strategy really can work, why not? But your thoughts, because that's your research also, how could it be applicable for, I don't know, whichever from those 800 and more buildings? How do you think, what's your opinion? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so I tried to view the existing building as walls, as windows, as the kind of textures and colors and site, its context, so the separate parts, and to address each of them later as a whole. So when applied to any other building, the same approach would be implemented. So that's why kind of these phases are designed within the time I had to be really used for any building and any situation, particular situation, yeah.
Where is the chimney in the model?
You got to glue it in.
Yes, it is there. It is there. Right here. Yeah, it is there.
It's just
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Congratulations. I think you did a great job of bringing us through your presentation with the many complex elements, being able to actually allow us to come through, enter into your idea, and bring us all the way through. You did a great job of presenting that. Also, I want to say that I know that this was a tough nut to crack, yeah, but I believe you actually cracked the nut and really pleased about that. I love the final boards and how you've presented this, and this section really tells, to me, the whole story of what you're trying to do, and with the people and the activities and the movement and how that space opens up to the street and it's transformable. So thank you very much for your presentation. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. We can welcome our next student, Pavels Luzins, please. You have to walk a lot today. Okay, Pavel, I'll just mention that. Okay. Can we move forward with next presenter, Pavel Luzins? And to mention his scientific supervisors of the thesis is Ilze Paklonen, Doctor in Architecture, and Zane Veja, Master in Architecture. So please, you may begin.
So, greetings. My name is Paulus, as you already know, and today I'm defending my bachelor thesis, which is nuclear power as a green energy source for part A, and nuclear power research center for part B. Basically, as my colleague Tina Deeka, I'm continuing my third year work on the regeneration of Birkenhead area in England, on the opposite bank of the Liverpool from the River Mersey. I decided to continue my research, which included building a research center with a working micro-modular reactor. Introduction shows purpose of research and research tasks. Part A covers general information about nuclear energy and detailed breakdown of its application in England, including laws and regulatory bodies. The primary goal of this research is to demonstrate that, despite stereotypes and skepticism, nuclear energy is a viable long-term energy source. In fact, it can be interpreted as a form of argument that even the most terrifying technology can be used not only for the benefits of people, but also for the world's environment. Here are case studies that were analyzed in order to understand how such facilities work and what kind of program is generally used in such research centers. But the fact remains that my project is so unique that there are no other projects that attempt to combine a nuclear reactor in such proximity to a public area. At least similar projects are only at the concept stage and do not combine a program like mine project. So these are the case studies analyzed in order to find all information what I was interested in. Here's the map to determine if such ambitious project can be completed in England. I found no better way to show all 13 nuclear reactors that are in action in the UK. After reviewing numerous laws and regulatory bodies, I can confidently say that yes, this gamble is possible. As my project has an educational component and the town will be undergoing enormous changes due to the viral water project, which is positioning itself as innovative rejuvenation project, I have decided to explore the educational part of Birkenhead and its surroundings, and I thought there is no better way to find and map all 25 junior schools, 12 secondary schools and 2 colleges. At first glance it may seem that there are already too many institutions without my involvement, but interestingly enough, I didn't find any institutions that teach higher education, so my new concept makes more sense now, as I'm providing the city with a full complete cycle of education. In general, aim and motivation of my project comes from the fact that back in my 3rd year, while creating my first project and analyzing information, I came across the fact that the UK wants to become a zero-carbon country by the year of 2050. And I thought that sticking solar panels and wind turbines on all shores of the UK is a bit not a good idea, as their electricity output per square meter is too low, unstable and unprofitable. And in my opinion, this kind of energy is only suitable as an assistant force, not fully independent grid. And then I decided that nuclear energy is a good alternative to fossil fuel energy. It is also worth mentioning the type of the reactor used in the research center. This is the micro-modular reactor from the USNC company that headquartered in Seattle, United States, which provides enhanced reactor safety by remaining very compact and placing its reactor underground, which offers additional safety from the natural disasters. Describing this reactor would take me so long as entire presentation, so let's move on to the next slide. Going into the detail, this diagram shows the location of my project, as well as very close proximity of one of the 2 colleges mentioned above, Wirral Met College. Demonstrating that we can reach a mutual beneficial agreement that provides a complete and, more importantly, qualitative cycle of higher education, as I mentioned above. So my project is located at 2nd East Street on the border between Wallis and Birkenhead. There are 3 bus stops near my lamppost, as well as ferry terminal that connects us by water. We have one of 2 toll roads near us, with the other just to the south. Both of which provide direct road access to Liverpool. Lamport is also located near one of the 3 bridges that connects Wallis and Birkenhead. That means that it's overall good strategic location for my project. While creating a new master plan, we can see that I'm not demolishing the buildings above, as there are Science Center, the Emergency Center, and Ørsted, which is a Danish energy company and the global leader of offshore wind. So here are the demolished buildings. They are unidentified, and following the viral water project, those buildings are demolished anyways. So here are my first diagrams, which shows what I wanted to achieve at fundamental level. going from an attractive and engaging concept to how to use a variety of spaces to connect educational, public, administrative, and working areas. Here's the 3D diagram that provides a more detailed view on the project, beginning with its diagonal placement, shape, and all the previously mentioned areas above. So those areas are administration building, which controls the entire facility, and the nuclear reactor. The zone directed with the nuclear reactors won't be designed in detail in the project, carrying only the theoretical context described in Part A, all because these objects and the facilities are very dependent on the exact technology, which for obvious reasons is not disclosed. Yes, here's the visualizations. Also, the next two zones are educational zones that study nuclear physics and chemistry. And the final zone is a common public zone that connects everything together, carrying a library, cafe, and recreation areas for both staff and guests of this center. Likely, the entire building will be located on the ground floor, when the other floors connected by lifts and staircases will have everything necessary for educational and research areas, such as classrooms, simulation rooms, laboratories, and workshops, computer and study rooms, both public and private. Finally, I would like to point out that this project offers a unique experience in which students will be able to gain knowledge not only in theory, but also immediately see in practice why and for what purpose this knowledge is required. In my opinion, this is what lacking in a modern higher education, as students frequently do not understand why they need this information they have learned. However, in our case, students will be able to touch what they will be working with in their future careers and understand more quickly if it's their place or not. So that's the end for me.
Thank you, Pavel. Moving forward with your reviewers, Linda Slaitane's evaluation. She has evaluated your work positively, and some positive qualities of your Part A. This thesis addresses one of the most interesting global challenges, achieving energy sustainability and highlighting nuclear energy's role. Its alignment with the UK's net zero strategy enhances its significance. The thesis is systematically structured with a clear alignment between objectives, methods, and findings. The progression from theoretical analysis to practical application, research-centered design, is logical and cohesive. Some imperfections. While the thesis emphasizes the importance of addressing the public perception, the detailed mechanisms for achieving this, such as specific outreach programs or architectural elements, are not explored thoroughly. Although the thesis discusses notable research centers, it could include wider variety of examples from diverse culture and regulatory contexts to provide a more global perspective. And the positive points from the practical part. The project integrates functional requirements within urban fabric, ensuring that the facility is practical. The graphical representation of the project is clear, showcasing structured plans, sections, and concept diagrams that communicate design vision. And some imperfections. Although the design demonstrates creative solutions for integrating nuclear facilities within an urban context, the practical aspects of ensuring safety and addressing public concerns in the immediate environment are not sufficiently detailed. And I'll proceed with the question now. Given the skepticism around the nuclear energy, what architectural elements or public outreach programs would you propose or change negative perceptions?
Thank you for the question, Linda. My answer would be to challenge the skepticism. The research center will include open access visitor areas, demonstration laboratories, and public interaction areas demonstrating nuclear safety and sustainability. Outreach programs will include guided tours, educational workshops, and public discussions to raise awareness and confidence in modern nuclear technology.
And quickly, another question. How does the architectural design of your proposed research center facilitate public interaction and create an inviting space for education and outreach while maintaining the necessary security and safety measures?
So, the architecture design balances public interaction and security by incorporating controlled access visitor zones, such as an interactive exhibition hall, educational labs, and guided observation areas, while keeping research center and reactor zones secure. Transparent facades, landscape plazas, and community spaces create an inviting atmosphere, encouraging engagement through workshops, lectures, and outreach programs. Public spaces serve as a bridge between science and society, fostering awareness and trust in nuclear technology while ensuring safety and remaining the priority.
I will skip this part since we met and had a pretty cool discussion regarding this project, and all the answers are pretty clear. So, Helvis, proceed.
Yeah. Thank you for your project. I must say I'm a bit skeptical on nuclear energy. You know, the whole world, it's right? But I'm very positive on fusion energy. We have discovered that the atom consists of things as nucleus and electrons, much, much smaller particles. And there is a promise that we could get clean energy. Atom energy is not clean energy. You're measuring carbon, but you're not measuring radiation. It's, to call it clean, Chernobyl coal. But back to the design and the fusion. The new promise of the fusion energy that have been first time reached, a positive back out of the reaction, have happened. Right, you know about that very well. And this new idea of the fusion energy is that the whole world collaborates together in a research, many countries. Atom energy is a reaction that was happening in a Cold War, secretly. Each nation secretly was developing. And unfortunately, your building is also representing some secrecy as some kind of remark of a Cold War secrets. You know where I'm going a bit. It's a bit, the design is implementing the idea of the atom reactor. I really hope that you will keep on deeper in post-atomic level, exploring what ideas can be hidden there and how the whole world could cooperate, maybe in CERN, in Switzerland, you know, not just in Britain, and how these institutes could work together for really cleaner future. I really wish it for you, okay?
I will not question your brief. I accept your brief. We might all have some views on nuclear energy, but I'm more interested in the architecture. Now, can you get on the screen the diagram you have with the connection and the yellow and the red and this one here? I would like to know why you organize it the way the connection I understand. Then it says chemistry and nuclear physics, and then you put the headquarters at the back. But you had some visitor places in the green at the front. Why did you position the visitors' rooms and their headquarters as you did? Why are they separate, for instance?
Basically, my concept was to make this form diagonally. First, because emphasize this silhouette from the Liverpool side, to another bank of the Mersey River. So I put it like in a diagonal because I wanted to achieve also the more sun to the educational area. Okay. So because it's the university basically, and the students need the sun during the studies. As well, I also put the public zone in front and the headquarters behind, just to give access for the normal people who are entering my facility, just to be together with the water, because this courtyard also comes to the view of the River Mersey. If you would be there, as the Jonas were, he can also agree with me that the right now situation with this area is very bad. There is like everywhere is trash, everywhere unused storage areas, all this stuff. So I wanted to emphasize this view of River Mersey and Liverpool site just for the public. Headquarters just they're situated near the nuclear power plants, I would say, closely just to incorporate together.
Then I understand also why you put the headquarters next to the car park, right? Now, one more question. If you have like water power from waterfalls, etc., one could see maybe be inspired to do a building with even some waves, for that matter. Now, nuclear power is a bit more difficult to understand. And as it was pointed out, your building is probably reminiscent of something we've seen before. Why did you choose this design? Could you have, if you like, soften the design, or do you think it's very important to have this because this reflects nuclear power more than any other architectural expression?
So I have chosen this design just because I wanted to be everything in one facility, so it would be incorporate like the bond between all these areas under one roof. I also thought about making them separate, like the clusters. Like there is the nuclear physics building, there is the chemistry building, but my main point was to bring people, guests, scientists, and students into one roof where the nuclear power is generated, whereas the people working there also under one roof, and also students and guests all together in one place, just to emphasize that this technology is not so scary as everyone thinks, and because of the other actions in the world. So this design brings the cooperation between all these areas.
Okay, thanks for your answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Pavel. It's impressive overall, but again, the question about openness. You talk about openness to the society, to the people, to students, to different part of the society, but the architecture and this rhythmic facade shows us a little bit not so open structure. It's just only one thing what I can comment, but otherwise this is a very interesting project. Thank you very much.
Thank you from my side also. Very interesting topic and interesting approach, but yes, well, I can agree with that in this particular design, it's a bit closed. And also my question is related to this openness or closeness. So as I understand, if I'm looking at the site plan, so the entrance, the main access to this building is from where?
Good question.
Like from I don't know, from city, I don't know, from neighborhoods.
So basically I have three main entrances into the building.
No, for the site. I am driving my car towards this place, so I am coming.
It is down here. If you look at the master plan, it is here.
So I am coming. I am coming from principally from the back side. I'm accessing the building from the back side somehow.
Basically, it's diagonal shape of this building practically emphasizes that you can access it from here, from here, from here, from here, from all four sides of this project. So basically from this side you will see the nuclear part, and for example from the ferry terminal you will see the park itself. So that was the approach.
That's a bit somehow it doesn't make clear understanding where I have to go. That's my question and also the comment. And second question is, how about the riverside? Usually such places, even if the building or a complex is closed for security reasons, for example, if it is, then usually riversides architects try to make like promenades and publicly accessible with some more entertainment and so on. How this orientation of the building reflects the riverside or invites people from, I don't know, pathways to come, or it's not necessary?
So basically, in this part there is the ferry terminal located, and when you are leaving this part, you're just straight forward get to this site. You can just enter it from this side or from this side. As well, I also was following a bit the idea of the Viral Waters project, where there is not real clear what they wanted to achieve in this part, because there was also a promenade that connects whole dockyard, but
Is that existing?
it will exist, but
Okay.
it existing right now, but not connected everything.
Okay.
But this part it is planned, but right now it's just in some places exists.
Thank
so
you.
yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Also, very interesting project. I want to comment, I guess, about the architecture as well. When I look at these two volumes and I look in your sections, I think perhaps these two volumes where you have to pass through this atrium, I think the way you are presenting it doesn't allow us to see actually on the inside, because in the inside, this whole atrium space is a place of exchange, and perhaps the exchange between the chemistry part and the nuclear physics, perhaps they could be loaded on either side of this atrium, so you have the movement between the atrium between these different departments and research going on, and then you can put the headquarters on top, so they can look back at Liverpool. So when I look at the section, I see potential how this can work, and perhaps there's actually this we talked about Birgit yesterday. Perhaps to solve the problem about whether you access this building from the front or from the back, perhaps it's lifted up and you can pass underneath it, so that it doesn't matter which side you approach it. And there's this project he did in Minneapolis where the building is like a bridge, and you can pass through. And so then you resolve this complex problem of how to come from one side so it doesn't feel like it's a back, or you come from the other side, it doesn't feel like a back. The actual and also this tension of what energy is made by these collisions, by these this interaction of things that are generating energy and heat, and then that building represents that idea, at least metaphorically. Yeah. So, thank you for your project.
Thank you. I'll ask now next presenter, Harshita Prashnat Panchal, to present her thesis. Okay, let's welcome Harshita and to mention her scientific supervisors of her thesis. It's Jonas Büchel, master is on social education, and Arpita Sakar, master in architecture. So you may begin, please, Harshita.
So namaste, my name is Harshita Prashant Panchal. So I'm introducing about inclusive campus in India. I wanted to start that why do we need inclusive design in India? So I have never seen an inclusive design in India actually. That's why I started to design this, and I started to have this idea that one size fit for all. This is what I call one size fit for all comes from freedom and creativity, which is known as inclusive institute, which known as improvement for institute, which is for growing social welfareness, and which also need equality for all, and anybody can come to study over there. There is no harm, and nobody is judging over there. So I want to create an environment where you don't have to judge by their age or by any well-meaning, even you are like blind or anything, because in India mostly people have their age limit to study even. So I want to create this atmosphere where people can have a comfortable environment. And so I've started with my case study. So the first case study was my IIM Institute. It's created by Louis Khan. So he's a brutalist architect. He studied, when he was making this university in Ahmedabad, he was taking this influence from B.V. Doshi. He also created this another, which is another one of my case study, which I introduce another time. But this I influenced from this institute because it has this ocular shape of arches and circular windows and exposed brick structure, and I got inspired by these materials and the structure of planning of it, because this important structure has this unique shape of it and hierarchy of it. Then another case study is SAPT University. The importance of this university is the slanted roof, which is only in the study area of the classes, because in classes they have the slanted roof, which actually gives only to the study area, and directly it provides in the draft area, and people can have nicely sun provided in the what do you see in the study area, and you don't need any artificial light or anything, because I feel that artificial light are just for houses or anything. If you have more natural light, it is good for, because this is an architecture university. If you need an architecture university, then you should provide an good architecture stuff. And this architecture university is famous for this shape, because it is not covered with any materialistic, because you can see his beams and exposed big structure, and basically students study just by looking at the structure. What is the beam, what is the exposed big structure, what is wall. And if you study by the structure itself, then you can imagine how the buildings are made. And I would say an architect can born by itself if you are studying by the building itself. And another study is by Inclusive Perma Education Center. The mainly case study I have taken this because of the plan structure of it. It doesn't have any floors. it is just lying on plain surface on the ground floor. So I also understood that why couldn't I use the ground floor itself? And it is also an education center. It provides the sensitivity of the children's, because I feel that a disabled person cannot climb stairs. So why not I provide all the facility on the ground floor? So that is the most important thing and a key feature I understood while studying this case study. So I took the population, I studied the structure of India and Gujarat especially, because I am providing everything in Gujarat in my province and state. So I have to understand the population while creating the building or a university over there. So almost non-disabled have almost the 98%, which is like the population of non-disabled, but disabled people are almost the 1% of it. Okay, I can say 1% is too less, but in India 1% is too much. It is not less, because our population growth is too much. So my site is built in a state called Gujarat. Everybody know what is India, but I would love to talk about my state Gujarat. So I belong to a state Gujarat which is ruled by a Maratha, and because of Maratha region, we are survived by Mughal emperors. And in Gujarat, my city is called Vadodara. Baroda is a very technical and a difficult word, but it was also called Baroda, which is also simplified. So it's called banyan tree, because we have a lot of banyan tree. That's why Vadodara. That's what a basic I would say. So in Vadodara, my site is situated in Navlaki ground, and these are the basic key feature around my site. So basic key feature around my site are very famous, like Raupura statue, Shiv temple. Actually, this Shiv temple I love because it is coated with the whole gold. It is my favorite. So this is Tibetan market, polo ground, and everything. So that's the whole thing I'm telling. So now I'm telling about my site. So my site is situated near the old town, and it is covered with the new city, and it is the main feature about it is that it is in the Sayajigan. It's in the residential state. So it is good thing that I am my plot area is in residential state. I can provide where everybody can come inside and study, and it is near to everywhere. And new city can come inside to a place where everything is easy and can come and explore the old town of India. So my concept is basically to combine everything and bring the green area also together, and provide in a green environment, in a gathering and a living space. And I form a grid planning, but I also influence from a Lakshmi Vilas Palace planning. Lakshmi Vilas Palace is also a 4 times bigger than a Buckingham Palace. So actually Lakshmi Vilas Palace also follow a grid planning. So that's why I took the influence. So this is my basic bubble diagram, which also then I created my whole planning. And if you see, my administration planning actually got influenced by it. And then these are my key features of dome structure. Actually, dome structure also got influenced by the Amherst University, because our dome structure, actually the world famous dome structure, it also actually was famous because it also goes against the Gol Kumbas force, because Gol Kumbas force are it was famous, now it is not. So those are the things. These are my elevation and 3D views. So, and if everybody knows that we have a very harsh climate over here, so that's why I provided pitch roof and everything. And further, I know that why I have to create such thing, that pitch roof and dome structure. Dome structure, of course, that we over there that we have this kind of new era coming in my city, that everybody is creating this new buildings and fancy buildings. So I want to create this structure where I want to bring my old history back. And if you're creating old history back, then of course, then why not creating new and old together? That's what I wanted to bring something. Then the other thing is inclusive selection. So exposed brick structure I took because a blind person can come inside and feel the structure and understand that where he is going and where he is not. So that's why I took that. And dim light helps a person to feel and have a comfortable environment and does not feel so much harsh places over there. And slanted roof are given because it gives a more natural light towards it. So by the end, I just wanted to say that I just want to create this environment because any person can come and feel comfortable with it. And like this guy, it does not actually feel that, you know, somebody's left behind.
Thank you, Harshita. I'll now proceed with your reviewer's Efe Duyan's evaluation. He has evaluated your work positively, and the positive points are: the thesis addresses an important topic, designing an educational facility from perspective on inclusivity, equity, and accessibility. Practical aspects are well covered in Part A, and the thesis demonstrates a strong climatic and contextual understanding that supports the main arguments, disadvantages, and imperfections. The thesis lacks a discussion about higher education itself. Additionally, the specific aspects of designing a university for design are not explored in sufficient depth. The title includes the term intellectual disability, yet the thesis does not engage with this issue or explain how the mental disabilities would be accommodated in a design university. And the positive qualities, or the B part. This is an interesting topic regarding disability awareness and respect for the local context. And this some imperfections. The layout plans are problematic, and the drawings contain several mistakes in sections and elevations. The aesthetic reasoning behind the cupolas and orbs on the ceilings is unclear. And moving forward with the reviewers' questions, one of them is: how does a design university differs from other higher education institutions? Is there a reason why this issue is not discussed in the thesis?
Well, this is a very nice question. The thing is that we don't have any architecture university in my city. That's why I decided to do it. And other thing is that I always wanted to make an university in my city where everybody can come and have a collaboration with everyone, where everything is made and have a comfortable environment.
Okay, another question from your reviewer. Could you explain how you designed the dome cupola structure and how you are making use of it?
Dome and cupola structure are mostly influenced by MS University, and I created by mostly Revit and everything. So I don't know how to explain it.
Okay, then maybe the jury has more questions about this.
Well, thank you. I was not lucky enough to be in India, but I do hope to be there sometimes. And I do think that your research is extensive. Although I will not question that, I will question the architecture, particularly the use not only of the dome but also of the pyramid structure, which I find interesting but not maybe consistent enough. So, what is the idea behind these two contrasting structures, and why they're used only on part of the buildings and other things are left as a flat roof? And why are you using also that pyramid structure, which is slightly, well, irregular?
Right? Okay. Yeah. So I have not used the domes everywhere because according to the north light, this is the north. So according to north light, where are the classes I have given? Here the staff room is there. So that's why I provided where the light is necessary and where the light is not, because they need like a closed area. Because if you need like for administration area and everywhere, they can have a dim light is okay for them, or maybe on like a normal light. So that's why I don't provide like normal roof for them. So I feel that there are like classroom and staff room, I provided the pitch roof. And domes are like so much bigger, so I cannot, it's a very heavy thing and you have to give a very load bearing thing, and it's like just a ground floor, so I cannot give so much dome everywhere. So I feel like I have to give more centralized way. So that's why I give like just in it create like an entrance, grand entrance. So I provided just one entrance everywhere.
Yes, thank you. And probably another one is for the material use and structure. What do you think the facade materials and everything else, is there some kind of local thing that you're using? You have maybe, I don't know, something in mind? Because I do see contrasting red brick, yes, and white pitched roofs and white dome. What is it? Is it a local thing or what?
Yeah, yeah. So like I want to use like proper like concrete finished dome, because I have seen in MS University they have just made with concrete domes and it is like everlasting, because they have shown that MS University dome are only dome which is like made by without anything, just with concrete, and are everlasting and doesn't happen anything. And this is like exposed brick structure with the hinge of white exposed brick structure, but dividing it, because the thing is that when a blind person is walking, he should understand which is the outer wall and which is the inner wall. So he should understand if he is seeing the outer wall. So if you are dividing the outer wall with wide range, there is a niche provided. So if he is walking like that, then he should know that he's outside. So he's walking and he know that he's outside. But inner wall are simple, so he'll understand he's inside. So for outer wall, there are A1 quality exposed white, red brick.
And what are those large openings in the pyramids?
This is like two pyramids. This one. It's the staff area, so I have provided the bigger one.
So there's a window or just an opening?
Yeah, no, it's not a window, it's a roof.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you a lot for your project. is it true that we all were wrong and the first university was in India, not in Bologna? Nalanda? Nalanda?
Yeah, it's first university in
Nalanda?
Nalanda University.
Nalanda?
Yeah, yeah.
Just to drop one name, Nalanda. Maybe.
It was destroyed by burning it, but they couldn't destroy it actually. Still, it is there.
It is there. So thank you for Nalanda. Yeah. I think your setup of the task is brilliant. An open university for everyone, regardless of the group, regardless of anything.
Yeah,
You can come in. I think that's a beautiful concept to explore, right? And you need to keep on exploring this concept. And there is interesting things appearing online. Internet might also be a digital realm where this university could take place, right? And but you're right, maybe some groups could not access internet or not use all of the senses to work with internet and learn from this kind of knowledge. So in a concept level, I think everything is fine there. I think there is lots of qualities in your sections where we can really see how these domes are cutted, the semi-pyramids are cutted, and I think you could have explored the building more in sections, right?
Oh, yes.
You see those sections, I think we can see what's, the middle one. I think it's kind of how this dome is working, one higher in the middle. Nevertheless, you need to work a bit more on your tectonics.
Okay, yes. Thank you.
You know, the tectonics is something, it takes time, it takes perfection. You need to work out, until you can get, until you will, I hope you will get one day until Louis Kahn level, working out with the forms and these things,
Yes.
But it takes so much time, it takes so much explorations. It doesn't take 3 models, it can take 50 models to build.
Yes.
There's many different ways how you can achieve great tectonics, but you need to push it forward, parallel to understanding the concepts in universities and so on.
Yes.
Architecture, we communicate with tectonics. And I really wish you in the masters to really focus on it, right?
Yes.
Full focus on
Yes.
that. But thank you a lot for your project, and
Thank you.
yeah, great concept. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I would also like to congratulate you on your enthusiasm, clarity of presentation, etc.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Great
so
excitement, which is quite, we all enjoy.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Now, I'm just wondering a bit, you talk about the Open University. You talk about shouldn't have too much artificial light, and you explain your little pyramid forms and the dome. And then at the same time, you're making reference to Lucan. And you're saying you appreciate that, and so do I. But his forms are very reminiscent of what he was doing like in Phillips Exeter in New Hampshire, the big curves, etc. But to me, well, my question to you, did you try to make more like an Indian project in India? Because Lucan, this was from 1961, but it was very similar to what else he did. But you were obviously more concerned about the Indian project. And then my question is, did you have to bring the dome, an old dome, into the project to make it look Indian? Or would it be sufficient like that?
There you go.
So the thing is that you are very correct, and thank you for this comment. But the thing is that I wanted to experiment a lot of things, but I am doing like 3 case studies, so I have mostly combined a lot of things. But I was also influenced by Lakshmi Vilas Palace, which I showed you in the. So I don't have the proper image, but this is the dome of Lakshmi Vilas Palace, which is actually the next to the site actually, over here, which is actually the next to the site. So here the site, it's here. So I wanted to resemble it as well. So that's why I took some domes of it, because the thing is that I want dome some like that. First I didn't wanted it, but then I'm like, why not? Like that. But maybe, yeah, it's a good thing. I should not do that.
Well, thank you again for your enthusiasm.
Yeah. And yeah, we don't have the peach roof as well in India. Maybe if I build this, I guess this is the first one with the peach roof and everything. Yeah. Thank you.
I want to ask you, probably I didn't understood correctly, in the roof, in these pyramid roofs, these openings are windows or openings?
Yeah, it's a window, slanted.
It's a windows?
Yeah.
Yes, with the glass, covered with the glass, yes. Okay, now it's clear. And the next small question is, there is some
So I wanted to show you this one, like if you like put light, you can show like that how the soft lights come inside.
Yeah. It's from north, yeah?
Yeah, it's from north.
That's from north side. That's okay. But what about the volume? This is a very big volume
this is one
of the building, of the rooms. And if you have smaller rooms inside, smaller offices or classrooms inside, under this big roof, this partition walls goes to level 3 meters or something like that, and then it's open up.
No.
How it works?
It is just like ground floor. Everything is on ground floor.
Yeah, I know, but the height of the volume is 10 meters, but rooms inside is small. And how you go with the walls?
Okay, go with the wall from inside.
Yes.
From inside, I just put for roof. I just open for the slanted one. If you see like in section.
Yeah.
So I just open from this section. So if you see the slab, it is open. But from the wall, it's short. Yeah.
Ceiling, yeah.
Yeah. The ceiling, it's like you can cut it, but the walls are just 3 meter.
Walls goes to the roof or not? No, it's not separate. How it is? The walls for partition walls goes to the roof or it stops somewhere?
So like if you see the section, it's like this. Like if
Yeah, and then what about the noise protection from the one to another classroom and all these things?
So I have to not provide noise protection because I have divided everything that class should be here and the external things are happening over here because recreation things are happening over here and administration is in center. So all classrooms are very away from over here, so you don't have any problem.
Yeah, it's like a one room, one big room. It's not party. Not.
And I have studied in India, so like we mostly have like 60 people in one classroom like that. So like I have provided like enough room for one person.
Very good. Okay, thank you. Now I understood.
Thank you very much for that topic. I guess it's necessary not only in India, but as you said, really congratulations about the pioneering this issue, and I hope you will get further with this topic. But it's necessary also to understand for each architect everywhere and actually every person. So thank you for this. And very good approach. Let's start with that one-floor building, which already works for that, and you thought carefully about the possibilities for all kind of disabled people to be involved in this area. So thank you very much. Only, let's say, minor comment. It's not even the question about the forms of roofs, which are good. And actually, I didn't know before, or I forgot, the CEPT University in Ahmedabad. Thanks for remembering this for me, reminding this example, which is really great example, and I'm really glad that you examined this and tried to do something like this. And I would say that maybe you could think about more using principles as it is there. used for the same sloped roofs, which allow you open all the slope for the light, not just make some windows and openings, just to open, and it would make form clearer. And the second, maybe also comment, you already heard about cupolas and sloped roofs, which make some kind of confusion, why is what and where. So if you elaborate, and it is doable, you can do that further and elaborate this, just think about the proportions between one and another form, and maybe give some accents to one or the other form, and then it makes clear the necessity of use of this form. For example, as you said, that cupola is for entrances and it's like an accent, so yes, why not, but then twice bigger, for example. Well, this is your architecture, just an advice how to think about and just to proportion your idea. But thank you, good job.
No, thank you for the, maybe I'll do that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Ashita, for your presentation and project. I just want to comment on the architecture and about Khan. I think it's really good that you looked at Khan's work. Underneath his architecture is very strong, simple geometries. And, on your plan here on the bottom left-hand side, you have the bottom left? Yeah, yes. You have this grid system, okay? And Louis Kahn, I believe he has a community center based on a 9-square grid where he takes and the actual pyramid-type roof he places, and it fits exactly on the grid system.
Yes.
And so now rather than having one skylight from one side, if the skylight is at the very top from all four sides as a cone, you're bringing the light in, and then you're using these four surfaces to diffuse the light, and it actually acts like a lamp. So I would suggest that would be a better way of bringing the light in, and you don't need this dome.
Yes.
Because even if you like it, even if you want to make an association, this would be much better without this, because then you use this straightforward geometry that's laid out on the grid, and then you're using this pyramid as a diaphragm to bring light in. And then it's clear, and then there's no question, okay? When you start to mix in different styles or elements, and it brings up unnecessary questions. So I would edit that out, yeah. Then the last thing I'd like to say is that I know this has been a challenge. I know that you have struggled, and I'm really want to congratulate you that you've brought this far. Because getting to here has been tough for you, and I just want to congratulate you on that. So thank you.
Thank you, Harshita. Now let's move forward with our next student, Mārcis Rautiņš. You're faster than me because I'm present to deliver them, but you're always coming. Well, it's good to exercise.
Yes, sir.
That's why also. If you need the one in the middle, I mean,
Ja je natuurlijk architectonic accent like a pergola by latex. I wanted to, yeah. Okay. No, nisam 4. Okay, yeah. Tad viņam jābūt uz zemļiem, citādi pārāk karš. Yeah.
Linda, no.
Linda, ja, wel. Ja, natuurlijk.
Okay, let's welcome our next student, Mārcis Rautiņš, and to mention his scientific supervisor, it is Efe Dujan, doctor in architecture. So you may begin.
Hello, my name is Mārcis Rautiņš, and I will present you my bachelor thesis, Perception of Place Identity, Revitalization of Cruspel's Open-Air Stage. This thesis examines the aspects of place identity in public spaces, focusing on how architecture plays a role in adapting cultural and historical heritage to contemporary implementations. The concept of place identity analyzes the aspects that characterize and develop a sense of meaning for man-built structures and their contextual, physical, as well as cultural environments. Drawing insight from the concept of genius loci, as well as critical regionalism and human-scale design, this thesis examines the necessity of the balance between man-built structures and nature. The study results indicate that successful public spaces are reliant on cultural heritage and historical use, which are to be combined with modern implementations that introduce relevance for its inhabitants. As new architectural structures impose changes to its environment, a significant consideration of its necessity and the impact is required. The study includes a theoretical analysis that focuses primarily on Norbert Schultz's work of genius loci. Combined with theories of critical regionalism and human-scale design, a framework analysis is proposed which is used for further analysis of case studies, site analysis, and design concept development. The concept of genius loci describes the perception of space in three aspects: context and location, where the characteristics of the space's overall view is perceived from a distance; spatial arrangement, where the distribution of masses orients the experience of the space; and aesthetic character, which provides an embodied theme for the place. The chosen case studies of public spaces, La Rambla, House of Music, and Valhalla Open Air Theatre were chosen for their distinctiveness in various aspects. These case studies were analyzed in order to gain insight on how their relevance in cultural, natural, and built context have shaped public perception. An overarching theme between these case studies have indicated that space's historical context is a major factor in how people may perceive new implementations. The Cruspel's open-air stage is located on Cruspel's Islet, which is seemingly in the center of Jēkabpils. Yet it is secluded, being covered by a vast tree line and accessed by a small bridge. Together with Cruspel's Culture Center and Cruspel's Castle, the Cruspel's Islet forms a culturally significant area in Jēkabpils. The islet serves as a significant public gathering space by continuously hosting traditional seasonal celebrations such as Easter and Vigo. The place has been used for guest concerts and other events, however, majority of them have been organized by the municipality, which has proved to be costly in order to efficiently sustain the islet. Additionally, the current stage as well as auxiliary buildings are standing in poor conditions which do not meet modern standards. and this is how it looks currently. The design proposal introduces new functions which implement new activities that grant additional purpose for the islet. With the addition of a cafe, a square dedicated for temporary flea markets or exhibitions, ice skating rink and kids playground, the islet can become a more appealing for people to visit daily, not only on celebrations. These functions are laid out along the perimeter to respect the islet's existing circular layout. New pathways are introduced that create a more direct connection with the open-air stage, where the main route goes around a great linden tree and goes through the auditorium. Due to the existing dike along the bank of Daugo River and its significant height relative to the islet, the axis is emphasized by an elevated path which creates a smooth transition into the site. These paths are mounted on slanted wood columns which blends in with the tree line. Additionally, the building green roofs inspired by the Daugo riverbank landscape rise to the height of the tree line path, which enhances the spatial perception and creates a visual connection between architectural forms and natural contours. The open-air stage is reconstructed in order to be able to host more varied events. The stage and auditorium is separated further apart to grant the audience feasible use of the stage performers. Additionally, the platform for folk dancers is enlarged, which allows for larger dance groups to perform, as well as provide sufficient area for a temporary stage for contemporary music. In order to preserve the existing atmosphere of the open-air stage, where it is left open, allowing for a deeper connection to nature, the stage's acoustics are moderately improved by the addition of a curved roof above the stage. The old auxiliary building, which included dressing rooms and storage, is replaced by an addition to the stage on the back, which includes modernized auxiliary rooms for performers. The addition of a cafe grants the inhabitants a purposeful destination, making the islet more inviting during the daily life. The building follows the same characteristics as the elevated pathways by having slanted timber columns and the roof structure that reflects the landscape. The public toilets are reconstructed to accommodate more people, as the current public toilets tend to create huge lines of people in events. And the access to the islet is improved by the reconstruction of the old bridge and the addition of 2 additional bridges. Prior to public events such as temporary markets and exhibitions, people can have efficient vehicle access to the islet in order to set up their markets or exhibitions. Yeah, that's
all. Okay, that's good. Proceeding with your reviewers, Maris Vārdiņš evaluation. Let's start with the A part. Overall, he has evaluated your work positively, of course. And the positive qualities, the thesis demonstrates a well-developed theoretical foundation grounded in key architectural concepts. The topic is highly relevant and contemporary architectural challenges, particularly within the Latvian context. The inclusion of the environmental factors, such as flood risks, adds practical value and contextual specificity, setting a strong foundation for the practical part of the thesis. And the imperfections, thesis lacks specific strategies for involving local stakeholders in the revitalization process. Community engagement, though acknowledged, is not explored in detail, and the methods for ensuring active participation are unclear. Additionally, the flood risk analysis, while thorough, occupies a significant portion of the discussion, overshadowing the exploration of innovative design solutions. And positive qualities in the practical part are: the project revitalizes the important area, enhancing its culture and social significance. Contemporary functions to the open-air stage strengthen the area's versatility and attract diverse activities. Green and sustainable architectural principles ensure environmental friendliness and energy efficiency. The design includes solutions for accessibility for visitors and the service transport, ensuring functionality. The simple and clear design of the building harmonizes with the environment and enhances visual appeal. And some imperfections. The link between the research and the design parts could be further strengthened to provide more cohesive narrative. The conceptual landscape and architectural solutions need be more detailed explanation to better communicate the project's intentions. The design lacks distinctive and innovative solutions. The stage design does not fully explore transformability, which could allow it to host a broader range of events. And a question, to what extent do the case studies provide applicable lessons for revitalizing the Kruspils island?
Yes, thank you. The case studies inform how well major changes to public spaces can alter public perception, where implementing rapid development into historically well-perceived spaces may introduce a negative feedback.
And another question, how could the flooding issue be resolved more effectively within your design, and what innovative solutions may you explore to make the project more adaptable and resilient?
Yes, this has been a big issue for me. So the prevention of ice jams is a considerable challenge that requires careful planning. Interventions can cause possible risks in other locations. Modifications to the river in order to prevent ice jams in the local area introduces challenges for ice accumulation further downstream, which can pose risks to other areas. On the other hand, the construction of a dike along the perimeter can be effective against spring floods. However, they require extensive construction work alongside operational costs that can be very substantial. The issue of the floods exceed the scale of this project, as it is a municipal issue affecting multiple areas of the city, as the possibility and the length of spring floods are relatively low. The proposed design implements elevated buildings that would limit flood damage. Additionally, the addition of an elevated promenade grants unique experience for the residents in case of the spring floods.
Yeah, thank you. Committee members?
Thank you for your project. I have a few questions, especially about the master plan, the general plan. I looked through the Google images and I can't find any explanation regarding your proposal of building 2 more bridges, which is why I'm asking. Probably you could tell how many people you're expecting on the island while during some kind of song or dance festival. That's one of them. possibilities. Have you explored other possibilities of the island usage? You have some kind of images of local markets, local events. Therefore, I do see some kind of large car parking access. So tell me more about the logistics of the island, and maybe then I will receive the answer of about those two bridges.
Okay. So currently the existing bridge is basically used for pedestrians, and it's relatively narrow.
Okay.
So the car and vehicle access is can be very problematic in case of emergencies, where it can pose problems for evacuation. So that's why I added these bridges where the vehicles would, in case they would need to access the islet, they would be more separated from the pedestrians.
Maybe you could have considered, or have you considered of reconstructing the existing structure with making it wider, making it more accessible? Because making two new structures, especially one is, which is the pedestrian bridge, and the other one is actually not clear why it's needed. Maybe some kind of considerations?
I didn't really consider of reconstructing the existing bridge because firstly, as it connects from the dike, it's a sudden drop into the islet. So I wanted to create more seamless transitions into the area, where on the lower side, one of the bridges is the elevated pathway, which follows in the site at the same height, and the other bridge instantly goes into the site at the ground level.
What about other activities on the island? Is it made just for, I do see that now it's made just for song and dance festival activities, or maybe something else?
On the lower side of the islet, I have implemented a square for markets, which can be hosted by the community, either on the traditional celebrations or daily, as well as this square can be used for exhibitions. And then also next to it there is ice skating area, which can be used in the winter. So yeah.
What about the whole island? Is it kind of protected one, or what about the human impact? Still, while we have that song festival and other activities, there's a huge impact on the landscape, on the natural habitat, or have you thought about it?
I'm not sure if I understood the question.
What happens on the other sides of the island? For example, on the southern part of the island, is it accessible? Is there some kind of pathways? Probably you have thought about it, or you can just walk where the asphalt road is, or some kind of landscaping all around the island.
I mean, the pathways that are constructed can be used by the pedestrians, but also the riverside can be easily accessed, as it isn't really a large obstacle.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you a lot for your project. Thank you for critical regionalism. I was not aware of this theory. I will read about it. I think it's very interesting.
Yes.
Thank you a lot for that. On the islands, there is one fantastic book by Gilles Deleuze, and it's called The Deserted Islands. it explains why one goes to the island. It's not so simple as we think it is. We want to be separated from someone else. There's something very poetical to be on an island, right? And Gilles Deleuze, the French philosopher, excellently describes it in the book. I recommend you the book. Yes, I think your sensitiveness, the way how you draw the lines, I think it's elaborated work, how far you have developed it, how well you work out the tones, the renders, present the project, work it out, and I definitely think the city could have the project. My question would be actually similar as Linda's question. What's with the animals? Would there be some animals possible on the island? Knowing some tradition of Latvians that on the Daugava islands, oftentimes like in Kraslava, you did put herds in the summer ganībās.
Well, the island isn't as large to I don't know, have this unique habitat for animals. At least I haven't really noticed any like unique scenarios where animals would be on this island. But yeah, I haven't considered anything regarding that.
I will not question the elements at all, but what is in between the elements? Because I'm quite fascinated by, I can understand the stage, the position of that. I can understand the seating arrangement. It's all very symmetrical because it has to be to everybody to be able to see and experience. I can understand why the road that the bridge that takes over behind the stage is probably too big stage equipment, I reckon. That's why that's wider. But the other one is narrower and then I'm just fascinating to see moving from the symmetrical setup of the stage and the seating arrangement, you carry on and you get another interesting symmetry with a circle and then
Yes.
yeah, but then it kind of dissolves. So it's a quite nice juxtaposition of this symmetry and the non-symmetry. Can you explain that? Is that something which is culturally determined, or is it your idea, or how come?
Well, the circle in the middle of the islet, there's the shortly mentioned here you can see the great linden tree, which is I don't know how it's correctly called in English, basically a heritage tree.
Yeah.
So there are regulations as to how far apart you can build something. So I decided to create a path that goes around this tree and joins into the open air stage.
Yeah, and I think the kind of how you come from the irregular to the regular, the way it's transition of that is very well done. And also when I see in your perspectives, the footbridges are up from the ground, and you're making a big feature out of that, not just of the actual stage. So my only wish in the end is that there'll be more spectators than I see in this perspective behind you.
Yes, thank you, Marcis, for your job, for your project. I didn't catch exactly what about this floating. In some years ago, and very often, Jääkapils have this problem in the spring. Yes.
Yeah.
With a floating, very, very, very strong and very high level of the water. How it is with this island? It's not under the water?
It basically currently has a possibility once every 10 years to be basically approximately 50 centimeters to be
50 above?
Yeah.
This one?
Yes.
50 centimeters?
Approximately.
With all ice on that and all these things?
Well, usually at least the last the floods were, some parts of the islet were flooded, you could see that actually the trees blocked all of the ice, so the islet itself was just in water. Yeah.
And you did something like a dam around, or not? What is this? This on that side, it's something like a dam, or what? This one?
Here?
No, this one, yes. Is it artificial, or it's existing? And this is under 50 centimeters under the water?
Approximately.
Above the water? Or below the water? Water is below this. Okay. So then it is safe.
It is safe, yes, I would say.
It is safe. And the next small question is, I like it. I like the project. It's very nice and organic, and so about this small bridge, which is here on the second level with on the piles on the columns. What is the reason for that, and what you're solving with this system where you create here?
I wanted to create an additional promenade. Firstly, to create a more simple, seamless transition from the bank, because the dike, which you have to basically cross over to access the islet, is higher than the islet. So there would be these two additional levels, basically, which would implement this unique experience of the tree line.
Then you see island from a different perspective, yes, and
That was the intention,
different viewpoints, and you see just a bit different. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for very clear and actually very complex design for really pretty big area, which is nicely done with these forms, which are really good fitting to this island. But these would be more comments. I'm really doubtful about the new car bridge, since in my mind, if you are speaking about unicality of the island and the identity of the island, this somehow brings more cars in the island, and I would say is the car fitting place the identity of the island. I guess that it's not that they're aim to achieve something like this one. So I guess that old bridge could be renovated and be good enough to have the emergency transport, and if some more techniques needed for the stage. And maybe it could be good to make some loop and make new pedestrian bridge above the parking lot to connect for especially for pedestrians. And I really think it would be a very nice view when, for example, singers or dancers in folk costumes are coming from the buses to the stage. Well, but that's an imagination. I'm thinking more about what Linda asked about the nature, what is already on the island, and very different types of views which are possible on the island. Didn't you thought about having more natural ground on the island? Well, there are, and there have to be some pedestrian pathways, but is it necessary to make permanent seatings for the stage? Or maybe it's better to make like in Meža Parka Estrade, where there is just a grass hill where you can put chairs or seatings if it is necessary. And then all the this pathways what you have and structures what you have, which are good integrated in the nature, will serve more as a phone, like background for the Daugava and for natural environment what is there. It's more like a comment. But thank you, very good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Marcis. First, I want to just about your layout and the graphics. I like these two plans. I like the actually color palette, and it's very easy to read. And I think, and also in the layout, I like when you are contrasting this plastic, very plastic curvilinear versus this formal axis, and playing those two things against each other. And then the idea of the island, I like the idea where if you are going somewhere to an event, when you go to an island, you are departing from one place and you are arriving to another. So I automatically feel that I am there for something and this is temporary. And then again, after I have that experience, then I am again departing and arriving back to where I was. So I think this sort of process or ritual in between the mainland and the island can help make a place interesting and special. And then regarding when you're in a situation where there are like floodplains and water that has to be dealt with, your architecture and your solution, rather than it can actually indicate that that situation exists. For example, the stage or the seating, the different buildings that perhaps you can bring the stilt system. On the right-hand side, you show these piloti holding the pathway, the piloti holding the roof, and perhaps the acknowledgement that at times, every 10 years, that the water level does come up very high here. Perhaps the architecture in some way indicates that, by having pier systems, and so that you're not like ignoring or denying that, but actually the architecture somehow talks about that real natural occurrence, and that it's sort of the signature of that problem is in the architecture. Thank you for your project. Congratulations. Okay.
So I myself know for sure I'm German born. But my wife's family is here.
Paldies! notiks tikko nebūs. Izzina. D ir, nav ārus. Te ko man rakstīja tagad brīvos? Tas ir tas, ko viņi man, es pateikšu viņiem. It's like a must pēc kafijas. Jā. Let's welcome our next student, Marta Ventere, and her scientific supervisor was Liena Šilina, Master of Architecture. So please, Marta, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Marta Ventere, and today I will introduce you to my topic of my bachelor thesis project. My chosen theme was the spatiality of the border with a focus on rehabilitation and healing of the Latvian eastern frontier. And this is a 2-kilometer wide zone that is more than 350 kilometers long and asks for permission to enter. And it is not only a line that separates two different territories, but also two worlds, between the east and west and between the war and peace. And over the past 10 years, it has become more and more military. There have been more and more military placed military objects along the borderline, creating it a more violence-oriented than human-oriented space. And therefore, it transforms from a place of healing and life into a place of violence. And therefore, my research questions where I wanted to focus is how can actually architecture and spatial elements help to heal the space and transform it from abandoned and isolated space into welcoming and dynamic environment for human interaction. As it is also a homeland for its people that we usually, and most of us, forget. And here we can see that 100 years ago, it was a place still guarded with military objects, but more porous and but more human-oriented. Therefore, there were still signs of life. But nowadays, when we are building 4-meter-high fences and other spatial objects like dragon teeth, it becomes more and more abandoned, and actually is the most abandoned territory of Latvia. And through my journey through the borderland, I discovered that this is a very unique and very fragile space. Also, this division, this is an in-between space that is between two worlds, but with very unique qualities. It's where cultures, traditions, and different religions merge together, actually. And this you can see in the typology of architecture that is visible in these slides. And my purpose of this research was to help people who live there, because it's their home and there are people who still want to live there. And to come to a proposal how to heal the borderland, the Latvian eastern borderland, I wanted to emphasize also a significant case study which is placed on Turkish-Bulgarian border called Cheshma. And this is a simple and innocent structure, spatial structure, where all kinds of people come together, they pour their drink into their bottles and move further. And it's not related to politics, anything, but it in a way heals the whole borderland. And with these inspirations and with this case study that really got into my heart, I came to my proposal for the part B of the project. And I wanted to propose rethinking the edge of the borderland, or creating a hiking trail that where you can put drops of light on top of it. And these would be hiking cabins that are built and maintained by local users, and also used by hikers. And therefore this would be a point of intervention where locals and tourists come together, bringing back the light that was once in this region but is not anymore. And this concept comes from the Scandinavia, where people are allowed to hike and then stay overnight for free into hiking cabins. And the locals, they build and maintain the structures and also can use them. Therefore I came up with this idea to create a hiking cabin, which would be this point of light on the border. And to get to the design and how the structure will function and look, I divided this design process in 3 phases. The first one is how simple can we reuse, and this is where people would take the abandoned buildings, take off the wood and reuse it and use it later for the new cabin. The second one is how simple we can rebuild, and this is with creating a new structure that is very easy to assemble, so the locals can put it together, and it also provides, it gives the ability to create it more vertically, therefore mimicking this vertical aspect of the building, mimics the typology of the borderland with very high towers, guarding towers, agricultural buildings, accordingly to the function. And also there will be use of local materials. For example, for insulation, it would be possible to use the local sheep's wool. And this structure that you can also see there is created so that you can very easily create multiple stories for this structure. And it's inspired by the Japanese traditional ways of creating a join, but it's adapted to Latvian eastern borderland conditions and styles of construction. And the main principle is that there are no chemical substances used, it's only from wood, and no metal fasteners, so making it also more sustainable. And then the phase 3 is how this all comes together in a single building, and how simple can we reimagine the building and putting the function inside of it. And here you can see how one type of building would look like according to the function. And sorry, the wrong graphics, but the building would vary in height, as you can see on the boards here, also from the sections, according to the function. And here you can also see how it mimics this verticality of the borderland. And the first floor of the building would open up also in 360 degrees, therefore breaking the border between the inside and the outside with the use of shutters. And then I tried to put into different functions to show how these structures can be so hybrid as hybrid is the borderland itself. And I chose 3 very significant functions. This is that shows how locals could use it. For example, this is the sanctuary, the floating cabin, which could be a sanctuary, but also function as a hiking cabin, so having multiple functions and the ability to place it on multiple locations. Then the second one is a 2-story high cabin in the forest, pottery studio, due to respect of all the pottery artists in the Latgal region, where on the first floor you have a pottery studio, on the upper floor you have a storage, and then Also, on the upper story, it could be used as a shelter. And the third one, the highest one, with 3 stories, is the watchtower or guard's watchtower, where the first floor is completely open without any windows. If you open the shutters, it's a picnic place for people. On the second story, it will be a shelter, and on the third floor, it's an observation platform. And also in the inside, I imagine that it's very light and brings out the lightness, and where it's possible then to use materials, reuse materials, and where not then use produced timber that comes from this region, because they have a lot of forestry and woodworking facilities. And thank you for your attention, and may the light of human laughter shine once more in this borderland region. Thank you.
Thank you, Marta. Now let's move forward with your reviewer's evaluation. Your reviewer, Rudolf Steiner-Schmitz, has evaluated your work positively. And the positive qualities of the A part is the text is thoroughly researched and well written, presenting the material and in an accessible and engaging manner. The author has compiled an extensive bibliography and appropriately referenced all the information sources. The topic is both compelling and highly relevant, addressing architectural and social and spatial dimensions. The imperfections. The thesis could further investigate and compare the work of other architects in investigating this topic or similar. And positive qualities of your practical part. The student has effectively integrated research and concepts related to borders, thresholds, and spatial identity into the design presented in a part B. The overall structure of the presentation is well organized with graphics, photographs, and drawings exhibiting a high degree of attention to detail, particularly in the elegant 3D rendered images. The student has made thoughtful selections of models at the various scales, clearly conveying multiple spatial conditions while maintaining a strong focus on detail and constructability. And there are no disadvantages considered in this part B. And the questions from Dainis. One question, in this context, how do you conceptualize and explain personal and social identity in relation to spatial borders? What are the positive and negative implications of man-made borders? Why do we need or don't need them? Why are borders and liminal conditions crucial to our experience and sense of identity?
Yeah. Thank you for your question. I also had this question when I first started the research. I wanted to understand, do we really need borders and do we need to build them? And after this research, I understood that we all need borders, and they do not only divide but also define our spaces and places, and also ourselves. And of course, they form our identity. For example, this can be very well seen in the Latvian eastern borderland territory, where people have to live in between the area. This is a very fragile zone with a fragile identity, because this is a place in between, and this is not there, not here, and therefore affects our how we perceive the world very well.
Okay, another question. If given the opportunity, what aspects of your proposal would you modify, expand, or further develop in terms of design? Additionally, have you considered collaborating with the local community and municipality in conjunction with Riseba's support to facilitate the construction of a series of one-to-one prototypes at the proposed locations?
Thank you. Yes, of course, I always think that there are some things we can make better. And me, myself, I was quite happy that I found this construction by experimenting. How can we put more and more stories and still have a very strong connection? But I would like to have maybe more simple, even more simple way how to make this joinery. So it's very easy to assemble it, even more easy. And it would be my dream if I could build something on the borderland, because when I think of how I want to be in architecture, then I'd want to work with people and with local communities and give something to people, and I would really like to do this. And I've also talked with locals and with people who work in the borderland and with the border guards. And they think that this is a great activity because they have nothing to do all day. This is a very abandoned place and space. And so it would be a pleasure.
Okay, and then there is this one more question. I'll read it out loud. John Hayduk, in his architectural works, critically examined the relationship between the subject and object, using the spatial objects as a means to explore and challenge urban contexts. His designs often sought to engage with the human experience, emphasizing the interaction between the built environment and its inhabitants. Do you consider Hayduk's conceptual framework relevant to the context of your project? If so, how do these ideas shape your approach to the architectural and spatial dynamics within your work?
Thank you for the question. I had the honor also to participate in the Riga project, so I very well know the John Hayduk's project. And I think I was influenced by it, but not consciously, just by having this experience. And I really admire that John Hayduk worked with also he worked with liminal spaces, and I am working with borders. And I think it goes hand in hand. And now when I reflect and I see how the process went, I think his way of approaching the architecture and how it works very well connects with me and with my project. But it was not a conscious steps that I wanted to follow. But I think yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's really a pleasure by the end of the day to see something really beautiful, both in aesthetics, both in the concept, and both in execution. I have just 2 questions. Who's that guy you're holding in your hands?
Bill's Fluders.
Thank you.
This is a letter paper.
Another one is just a small comment. I do understand why it took so long to produce this thesis. As I remember, it was an option to present it last year. Now I see why. And the last one is you do know and you are aware of this Venice Biennale theme for a Latvian exhibition, which will be presented in May. Do you have any connection with this or not?
No.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah, Marta, I help you build it up this August. No emotions. No,
Thank
this
you.
is serious. I help you. I will be around Dagda in August. We're having 2-week camp. Naogi, will you help?
Yeah.
Naogi is in the team. Who else would like to join? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We do it August, 2nd week of August. We're good. Sauna, build up. We do that. Okay? Okay, we have some witnesses. Andre?
Okay.
Yes. 2nd week of August. We need to get more specific. You need to send over the presentation. We'll forward it to some people, hopefully some other local companies who could fund 1,200 euros for materials. 1.5.
German embassy is immediately.
German embassy. Some.
Borderlines. Excuse me. This is.
Excuse me. This is. I'm not sure how much, but.
NBS as well.
NBS. Thank you. I think we're gonna reach quickly. Aizsardzības Defense Ministry. We also have 2nd week of August, my friends. Book it. We're going. There are things that are happening in this university. We need to take things serious, okay? And I think these are, yes, it is academia, but the projects are serious. And we need to go serious for it. And we're gonna build it up, one of them.
It would be a pleasure.
We do it, okay? Done deal, no questions.
And I noticed that I was not invited 2nd week of August. Well, I can tell you, Norway also have a border with Russia, which is, so I just had to move up there then. Anyway, I'm very impressed with your project, I think in every respect. But I'm just wondering about this wonderful sculpture I can see with the gray and red. Can you please explain that?
Yeah, it's very simple actually. This explains why I say this. This is a local building, abandoned building, which loses its walls, and then you create 3 types of this structure: the smallest one, the bigger one, and then.
And when will I see this in an art exhibition in Riga?
No. You need to come. It's 3 hour, 15-minute drive with the car. It's 3 hours, 15 drive.
You're a fast driver, are you?
I can do it 2:45. 2:45 maximum.
There are no runners.
There's a lot of runners.
Anyway, no, I'm very impressed. Thank you very much indeed. And this is the last chance I have to speak today. And then I would like to also congratulate the school, because I'm very impressed with the great spread of project this year. Well done, thank you.
I have no questions. I'm very impressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you from my side, and I also do not have any questions, and I really love this. And I hope I might help, maybe. No, really. Thank you very much. Thank you, really, for the topic, for the idea, and for realization. So, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, Marta, congratulations. And, I know last year you couldn't present this, but I think this is like wine. The older it gets, the better it gets, and this is a fantastic project. And Helvi, thank you for this. Yeah, and I'm very happy that you said that, because that was one of the reasons why I asked the question, to actually stimulate and provoke to actually get this project built. And with your background, with the building at the Innsbruck Institute, I think this is perfect. So, yes, thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We, the jury, probably go into about an hour and a half session of deliberation. Right now it is now 4:30, so I don't expect that we will finish quicker than 6, but we hope to come out at 6 and invite each one of you one by one to give you your grades. So if you could please hang out, mingle, break out some champagne if you have any, and then what? Yeah, and enjoy the. Linda recommends enjoying the sunset. So, okay. So thank you very much.